Hi, we are live.
What's going on?
Joined by Shem Jacobs, Tartarian Truth, joining in with me. No longer my birthday where you are. 4 minutes left being my birthday where I am. But we're British Columbia, the West Coast, where I will be tomorrow at Shambhala Music Festival. Still an hour left of my birthday. So, if you're watching on the West Coast, still my birthday for another hour here. Of course, I'm late as always, so much going on. Such a roller coaster of a day. My birthday started at midnight last night, finding out that my employer of this vending job and spot at Shambhala Music Festival I'm heading to tomorrow, or was supposed to be heading to tomorrow, got canceled at the border of the U.S., denied on a 22-year-old minor marijuana charge, trying to enter Canada. An American with a minor weed charge trying to enter Canada. And marijuana has been legal here for like 5 years. And I know Tom for over 10 years from vending at Shambhala, and it's like he's never had an issue like the past 5 times he'd come up. They rejected him, and then I was like, oh my God, I was phoning my family, like, do you know any smuggling routes? Like, my one buddy's like, you can try driving across the power lines, but I'm pretty sure they like monitor that shit with drones. And Amber's like, yeah, and you'll get all like your merchandise seized. And I was like, well, Montana, there's like the Blackfeet tribe along the border, and then it's like the Stoney, I believe, tribe on the Canadian side. And it's like, well, maybe you could bribe the natives because it's their one nation, and they have their own giant crossing. Started looking into that, but the Canadian border guards had given him some advice on what to do online. He did that. I didn't hear back from him until 5 p.m. today. I was like all depressed, like, oh my God, I'm not going to Shambhala anymore. And it's like I had vended at Shambhala my own clothing for like 10 years in a row. And then last year I tried to like get a media pass, and they're like, no, you're banned. If you show up, we're going to remove you. And I was like, what? And I was fucked up because there's a 52,000 person petition on Facebook for me not going there because I made a post saying, snowflakes of any color, feel free to delete yourself from my friends list so I can have room for real people. And somehow that offended 52,000 snowflakes that got me canceled. This is all true stories, by the way. So I was like so stoked to be going back there this year. And then like he's like, okay, at 5 o'clock, he's like, I'm going to try. And then I didn't hear back from him from until 6:30, and I didn't even get out of bed. I was so bummed. And then on top of that, I seen Dutch since posting that he wasn't gonna do any collaboration stuff for a while just because he's got some sketchy shit going on, and also doesn't want to bring heat on other channels. So I was like, another stab in the heart on my birthday, but I'm sure it will work out, and I know we'll be doing. I'm already so shadow banned, and I if they're gonna
52,000 people signed a petition against you. That's
52,000. I'm not even kidding.
That's more than people get votes for certain elections. That's impressive,
right? I know. So apparently they felt that they had to ban me for a year, but Tom Hyphy Clothing, shout out to Tom from Colorado, does great artwork. So I'm gonna be hustling his 3D. It's 3D clothing as well as black light clothing, glow clothing, as well as glow artworks, tapestries, stuff like that. Pretty much what what you see in the background here. And where I was going with this. So at 6:30, he's like, yes, I got approved, but they rejected his other helper, which then he had to drive back, I think another 6 hours to some ferry spot to take his helper to return them, and then another 6 hours back to the border where the RCMP had held his merchandise and trailer and approved him to go through, but he had to drop the other guy off, which ended up then that my girlfriend Amber is now able to come with me because there was an extra ticket, so we're both going to be working for him. So in the end, it was a pretty awesome turn of events, but a really shitty, horrible roller coaster for half the day. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to cover. I thought that was the background.
Going on,
But
Blake.
we should get into it. So tomorrow I'm heading to Shambhala, which is just a magical place. It's going to be fun.
Jackie.
It's decent. And yes, thank you everybody for joining in, being here. Oh, Jackie Gleason, thank you so much, sister. Bless your soul, and thank you for the day present. Wow, I guess I didn't really possession myself too well here. Oh,
what's going on, Robin?
No. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, it's probably better to put me there.
But Mario, we have to highlight you while you're still here. You bless your soul. 2 a.m. and you have to work in the morning. Thank you for tuning in with us, Shem. Thank you so much, Jackie Gleason, for the super sticker birthday present. Everything helps. And if any donations through PayPal definitely also help if you want to support this work, or send me a $5 or $10 birthday present. Everything helps and is appreciated. And tonight we're going to go over all the boots on the ground work, because literally, despite the narrative trying to convince you that there's no old world and nothing substantial wherever you live, and that this false narrative and the facades of everything around us, as Shem has been demonstrating, and now I've gone out and shown as well, and been exploring my whole life, and just it's never sat right. It just looks like these ancient pre-cataclysm ruins and stuff everywhere, and the pyramids and the ancient cultures, it's literally everywhere around you. And I've done some excellent, crazy exploring, and I finally made it to these guys. But this guy right here. So this guy right here, with the road divide going over or separating what looks like an elongated head guy on the right side, potentially, or like an old monk or something, and then on the left side here, this Aztec Mayan feathered dragon headdress dude. This is where I actually was able to explore on this road right here, is where where we accessed. On this side, on this site right here, it's on all private property, and they do not give access, and it is inaccessible. Despite on Google Maps it showing up as a hiking trail. What I ended up finding out is that right off the main #1 Canadian highway, because yes, Canada only has one highway that goes across all of Canada, but it connects all of Canada. But as South Park made fun of our one road, this site is actually off of that one road. And there's this little tiny sign. There's no like actual signage of Badlands Guardians, or like it being an official recognized feature or site or archaeological site or park or anything of the sort. Both of this entire site and valley situation that has all 10 or 12 of these different features and potential features here are separated to 3 or 4 different private ranch lands and farms, and that the oil derrick road up here, that's like a corporate private oil derrick operation, but they're still leasing that off of the rancher, and they themselves don't own this land. It is not government land. It is actually private rancher farmland.
Is that what that hole is? That hole is oil?
Yeah, that hole is a oil derrick. You got it. So the earbud is actually pumping oil out of the top of this feature, which, also there seems to be this correlation of natural gas, fresh water, or oil that comes out of a lot of these ancient mound sites, the star fort sites, the different ley line interjections and stuff. A lot of these sacred sites now, you'll either see these strip mines slash quarries ripping them apart, or them getting natural gas, oil, and water out of what seems like the centers and middles of these features or mounds or energy points. It's quite fascinating. So once again, this area here is the different hills that I walked up, and that every single side, every single one of these hills on it. So like this is one side of the hill, one face, another face, another face, another big face, other faces and stuff. All of these, each one of them, as well as on this guy's side as well, every single one of them had and was covered in these terraces. And this exact picture right here is of this right here. The part of this feather or antler, whatever is protruding out. This hill right here is what you're looking at in this exact picture. All along them, everywhere, are these terraces. Every single face of every single hill has these terraces, these artificial, parallel, symmetrical, about every foot, an ascent of another foot up. Like it's like nature does not do that, and it must have been for either ancient agricultural purposes or just part of how these geoglyphs, this macro terraforming, was built and constructed and achieved, and that it proves. And that I am going to go back. I do have kept in contact the actual property owners of a couple of these ranches where all of these features exist and the site is, and that I intend, one of the main reasons why I wasn't given permission to fully explore, the guy seemed very nice, but like that they're annoyed that they're being harassed with this. They don't really think that it's anything here because, they've just been living and farming it and not really, haven't looked at it with the new set of eyes, and just have a bunch of random city slickers showing up trying to trample all over, their farm and property and lives. They can understand issues, but that his main concern was just how dry it was there. All the fires still currently burning in Alberta and in Canada. That it's reasonable that he doesn't want people he doesn't know exploring there and risking fires, but that I'm going to arrange something with him maybe for the fall after the fire season, and after all of the foliage the leaves are down and things are more able to be explored and shown, and actually go back there with permission, hike the spots, and do some actual measurements and pursue this further, because this is some pretty intriguing evidence now of extra artificial construction of this site with all the terraces here. And that,
did you actually see his farmland, or like what kind of animals did he have there? Did you see any of them?
Oh yeah, it's all
cattle.
It's cattle land, and it's 4 separate properties and 4 separate ranches. Me and Sarah, Mindful Exposures, there about 2 weeks ago on Google Earth, really went through in depth looking at all the roads and the properties and stuff. And then once I got there and shown, and actually, so once again here, this is a separate, so the first one we just looked at And can you see my mouse here, Shem? Is that showing up on the
Yeah,
screen or no?
it's there. It's there.
Okay, so we're looking at this side here. In the last picture, it's this face right now by the nose that we're now looking at with that is this set of terraces. And I didn't realize that one more over was like the eye and the nostril and the mouth, and those were potential spots for entrances. And so you can see how smoky it is. Like it's pretty foggy and rough detail, not the clearest. But once you zoom in, you can see clearly these symmetrical parallels. And this is
Wait, I think
further on.
you have the face up still. Are you trying to show the face, or are you trying to show a different picture?
Good call. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. So this now is part of the other side of that long feather headdress part. The entire part, or the entire construction, is these symmetrical parallel terraces everywhere. But that I wish I had known to go one more hillside over, and I would have been in the mouth and the nostrils and could have checked and explored that area. But I was trespassing, so I didn't want to go too far deep in. Oops, sorry. Don't harass that. I'm going to have to edit that out. But as I would like to try and get them, reason with them, and get them to turn this into some sort of economy and do actual tours and hikes, and also offer them of course when I talk to them next, I'm going to offer them like $50 or $100 or something to be able to go out there for a couple days, explore it, take the drone out, fully investigate it all, and propose to them that they actually do tours and turn it into something that they can actually make money off of, while also let us further document it, research it, and prove that it is a macro terraformed crazy ancient site. And every single angle, every single hill, no matter where you walked on these different faces of these angles, it's just covered in these symmetrical terraces, parallel terraces.
How big would you say that they are?
They're about 1 foot, about a half a meter to a foot. I should have measured them. I had a freaking measuring tape on me. See, in the moment, things you forget because you're like, shit, am I gonna get shot? Also, though, there's these different sinkholes that I noticed in different spots that could be cave-ins if there's underground constructions, right, over time. And that was just on that one section. And it is desert. Like, we got cactuses growing in Alberta. All right, so that's a teaser to start with. And now I'm going to switch over quickly for what Shem has up to share, and take it away, brother, as this is a perfect example of terracing still actively farmed, and it's throughout all of Asia, right? Like, this is Vietnam, and it's also in Laos, it's in Cambodia, it's all of China, it's literally all of like Central Asia. Every mountain, every valley are these agricultural terraces that are still in use, and they claim them only to be within, I think, a couple of thousand years of age, which still of that time frame is absolutely astounding, like giant scale construction and macro terraforming, but they still use them. But then I've shown in Yemen, they're everywhere, but they're more of a megalithic scale. They're also throughout all of Peru, Bolivia, as well as Brazil now it's showing. So pretty much all of Central South America. And Michael Tellinger showing all throughout South Africa and going up north through Central Africa. So pretty much everywhere in the world seems to have these ancient terraces.
I'm very interested in those Yemenese ones. I've never heard of that before. That's amazing. But check out these Philippines ones. It looks a lot. These looks like I haven't been used in a while, and they're kind of turning into what you're looking at, a little bit more steep.
Great find,
but
brother.
I don't
Right?
know.
Like
If you think about the history of this area, like China, all these areas at one point were basically ruled by the Mongolians, and which were the Tartars in the past, right? So like between like the 10th to 13th century, and even a little bit before that.
The official time frame of when they were claiming a lot of the Asian ones were constructed, actually.
Exactly. So and then here's this book here that talks about the Mongols making their way to North America, and they came down through Canada, through North America, all the way down to Peru. So I don't know how likely it is, but I'm just saying that that's possible.
What book is this? Oh my God, that's epic find, brother.
This is the historical research of the conquest of Peru, Mexico, Bogota. It's a, let's see, let's get the full title. It's a very long title, but I'll share it in the chat once I leave. But basically, what I'm saying here is that if these Mongols were the founders of the Yuan dynasty of China, which today the yuan is the currency of China, which is named after these people, right? So they were a Chinese type people. If these people made it over to America,
is currently taking over as well. The re-rise of the Yuan Empire.
I'm sorry, my computer's so slow; it's barely loading this book. But I'll share in the chat real quick. But anyways, so it's possible that these people, when they were traveling through Canada, traveling through Ohio, traveling through Florida, all these places to get down to Peru, that they were definitely more than likely breeding with the people that lived in those areas and giving their type of technology to those people. So you're talking about these terraces in Canada, they look like rice fields, except they're a little bit shorter, because you said they're about 1 foot or half a meter. Seems like they're a little.
Some are also about a meter each as well. On the higher slopes, they were about a meter. On the lower ones, they were about a foot. And yeah, the farm was like cattle ranch, some horses on them, and then in the different areas, there's like some wheat as well as hay, I believe.
Jim Dillinger says Ireland is also covered in these terraces. Yeah, the Irish are more than likely connected to the Scythians, which are the original people who turned out to be the Mongols at the end of the day.
Oh, absolutely, right? Like the original Celtic people, which, is what they called the Druids or the pagans, but the original inhabitants, and then Celtic went to just like the Irish and Scottish sort of, but it was originally all of the UK islands, as well as 2,000 years ago, before Rome came in officially, it actually shows that all of Western and Northwestern Europe was actually Celtic people and territory. And I found that absolutely fascinating the first time I heard of it. And
yeah, my computer's frozen, so I posted the link in the chat for this book for anyone who wants to check it out. But yeah, I can't really.
Oh, can you put it in the private chat as well? I'll try loading it maybe in a little bit.
Yeah.
After you leave to continue on with it. And that's.
But yeah, this book specifically mentions Genghis Khan and the Mongols, and.
Oh, continue, Shem. Sorry.
No, that's all I had to say. I was just going to say it specifically mentions the Mongols and Genghis Khan, and mentions them coming to Peru with elephants, and if you entertain the idea that there are elephants in America, like for example, someone like Old World Florida, Dr. Longo brings up on his channel on a normal basis, then all of that adds up. I mean, it's likely that these people had the capabilities to travel to America, especially when you look at some of the old maps that we've looked at we've looked at together on your channel that show
Right, so this map
Alaska
I
being
have up
connected
right
to Siberia.
now. This is the Celtics from 2500 BC to 400 BC, where literally the Celts were all of Spain, France, Germany, Britain, Ireland, Scotland, all the way into Turkey and Anatolia. And like you were saying, they were like the original Scythians, and the Scythians are more giving credit for both the Mediterranean as well as Black Sea and even up into Siberia a bit, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
and
sorry, I wanted
even
to
all the way
flip
over,
back.
even all the way over to Japan and in India, all those places.
Right, exactly. Like Scythian all the way into India and Japan, you said?
Well, mainstream history says that they tried to invade Japan and they failed, but one of the ships actually crashed on an island off of the west coast of Japan. And then when the Japanese military came to take them over, according to mainstream history, these Mongols took the Japanese ships and sailed back to the mainland, invaded the village, took all their wives and had children, and ended up integrating into Japanese society.
Wow.
So so regardless, they definitely got their genes in there.
The entire ancient old world, from the tip of the western or eastern Atlantic to the tip of the western Pacific.
Yeah, and if you look at Japanese history on some of these maps, and even up until the early 1940s, they have photos in Japan that show like these Nestorian Christian type structures being in Japan, which Nestorian Christianity was spread throughout the entire Mongolian/Tartarian Empire at that time period because Nestorius was banned from the Western Christian churches. Yeah, if you pull up the map I have up, if you have to pull up the map I have up real quick too, it shows Alaska and Siberia being connected, which is what I was talking about earlier. And this map is from
what?
It's from 1512. Between 1577 is the guy who made it. So it shows Alaska connected to Siberia still in this time period, and it actually shows Gog Magog right here, Tibet. The only thing that's interesting is that
in Tibet.
It shows Japan right here, but it doesn't show the other islands like the Ryukyus in the northern parts of Japan.
Yeah, and not in their proper shapes either. Wow. Terra Arcerat. Terra Arcerat.
Wow. Yeah, I'll share this chat. I'll share this in the private chat with you too. So
yes, please. Man, see, these are all pre-reset maps, and it's that, was there an actual major, huge worldwide cataclysm of landmass extinction? Like, was the Younger Dryas event only 500 years ago? Or was there...
There's something to that. I mean, look at these cities in America that we never hear anything about. Like you have Chicho, Nakuf, Granada.
Canada Pro.
This is before. Yeah, this is before Canada was even declared.
Yeah.
Canada.
Long before.
So it's interesting. I mean, you still have like the big cities.
Mexico,
like down here, if you go down to Peru, you still have Cusco right here. See, Cusco, Peru is like depicted as a castle.
Wow.
And then it also actually shows Antarctica down here too.
Finds. Oh my god.
So it shows Antarctica as well. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's possible that these people didn't even need to take rivers and go across the ocean to get here. But even if they did have to go that route, Mindful Exposure, Sarah, she said she found something about in Portland, Oregon. There was like Mongolian skulls or something, which we need to investigate more into.
What they call the Asian junker. The junker, even though it's these epic freaking sailing ships that are super efficient, and that the Asians, especially like Chinese, Japanese, whatnot, have been sailing around and like conquering the world seas with for thousands of years, and they're documented several of them sunk off of the western coast of, I believe, Oregon as well as Washington State. That they found several of them, and they just don't try to publicize it too much.
And the water
Basically,
shark.
Smithsonian
Oh yeah, the Smithsonian. What another interesting thing about this map is there's no Great Lakes, which I find fascinating. I don't understand that.
Right, so
maybe
it has to be pre-cataclysm. The only question is that this was more likely. So I think that there was some sort of like reset, big cataclysm sort of thing 500, 600 years ago, but I also believe that the major younger dry, like the time of when the world looked like this, was probably 12,000 years ago. And what they were probably doing was the king's courts and like the rulers were just copying, tracing the old surviving maps and then updating them the best they knew with like trade information and stuff like that. And that, you know, they were just putting what was known from the last ones, whether it was visited last like a couple hundred years ago or 1,000 years ago, or hasn't been visited. A lot of them haven't been visited since pre-cataclysm, most likely, and they're just living off of legends and still think that the land and tracing the land as it was beforehand. And that's why from the time of when this is throughout the 1500s, then into the 1700s, they're updating and re-accuracizing, remeasuring everything they're exploring, and that they're just sharing it amongst all of the upper monarchs or whatever, these esoterics and stuff. And that clearly nobody had been down to the southern, sailed around South America up until 500 years ago, until Columbus, or the Columbus time frame of the Spaniards starting going there, and then they redrew it again. But anything before then shows that nobody in the West had been there. And if the Moors, the Moorish, the Tartars, and all of the opposing society, civilization, and people, world civilization, traders, travelers, and everything, that they kept their knowledge, their maps, and their civilization that was still there and living, hidden and secret and like suppressed from the Western world and the Western powers until Rome came in. What was the Roman Empire rebranded as the Jesuit Catholic order of missionaries that genocided and destroyed and raped and pillaged all the golden treasures of these old civilizations, while completely wiping out all of their knowledge, tradition, society, and history of what was known and accepted before of prior higher advanced civilizations.
Well, that's where the flamenco work kind of comes into play, even though everything in his books is, I don't believe nearly all of it, but he does have some points where he talks about history being created between the 16th and 19th centuries, modern history, because it doesn't make sense that these people would have control this entire time, and we have maps that reveal this information before they came to control. But it also is suspicious that they would allow these maps to be public. And one thing I noticed real quick is just in Saudi Arabia, you have this thing called Lima, which doesn't exist anymore at all, which would be similar to Lima, Peru. If you look up Lima, Saudi Arabia, it doesn't even exist at all. But let's go down here to South America. You still have Cusco on this map, and you have Caracas.
Wow.
Looks like. But yeah, I mean, this is overall, I mean, it's pretty accurate, so I don't understand why they would. This is Japan again. For some reason, it's depicted as being icy, which Hokkaido, the northern Japan, is really icy. Hokkaido, but that Hokkaido is not really up here, and they don't have the Ryukyus in the south. They just have the the middle section of Japan for some reason. But same thing as the last map we were looking at. It has Gog Magog right here. It has the Tonton Tinuk right here. The same city names. A couple of them are missing in central North America, but this map was between the 1500 and 1565. The other one was between 1500 and 1575. So, I mean, either they're basing these off of older maps or people are actually out here doing their thing.
Right.
Overall, it's pretty accurate, though. I mean, you have Cuba, you have...
No shit, hey?
Like, it's just... I don't see any real issues with this map besides the creatures in the ocean that you could debate never existed. Like this guy right here. Who knows if they
still exist. You know what? That guy right there actually kind of looks like some of the weird shit they've been pulling up from, like, the trenches lately.
The trenches.
Like, yeah, like Mariana's Trench and shit. Look at that other one, too, to the right there.
Yeah,
like, right,
I mean...
like,
that's why I don't...
like one of those light fish things with the anglerfish. That almost looks like an anglerfish. Same with the other one kind of up there. Like...
That's why I'll never... That's why I'll never travel to the sea. Okay, so real quick before we get back to what you're presenting, when was Antarctica discovered? January 27th, 1820.
The biggest lie ever. Right?
When was this map? When was this map made? Between 1500 and 1565. What does this say right here at the bottom of this map in the landmass called Antarctica? Antarctico.
Right?
What did the last map say?
So
it says,
in case you think that
no, it doesn't say Antarctica, but there it is.
This is evidence that all history is a lie over and over and over again, and that there's like what, at least 50 maps now, I think, overall that we've found out there. That
check it out. Circle Antarctica. So it is on this map. Impressive. And we haven't even looked at India and Asia and all that stuff. It could get even crazier. So
yes, please zoom in more.
Let's check it out real quick. Why not?
Super quick. Mongol something. Right. So when was all of the Siberian Tartarian and like Scythian civilization wiped out, and what sort of devastation?
Well, after Kublai Khan,
could have been a full shift, maybe.
It's possible because Ancient Historia has some pretty interesting videos about what's going on with the way the poles are shifting and actually heading towards Lake Baikal. Excuse me, but after Kublai Khan died, for example, the Mongol Empire basically fell apart because they had a system where instead of giving it to like the oldest son inheriting the empire, they would split it equally among the descendants. So of course, after time, that would lead to
civil wars. I didn't see Brittany. Brittany, sister, thank you so much. You bless your soul. Hugely appreciated, and that will help out. That will help 1/4 of my gas to Shambhala and back. Hopefully it's 400, maybe, probably be 5 or 6 in my truck. My God, it's insane.
Jesus.
See, the second half of this year, my goal is to start testing and experimenting, collecting the hydrogen, the Brown's gases, and the different fuels that I've been producing for a decade off of all of my electrolysis reactions, and that the different coils that I've created that actually have extremely high rate for such small amount of electricity going in, and start the process of learning, engineering, working with, and using that hydrogen fuel as a subsidy into a hybrid vehicle because it's ridiculous that we have to pay like $1.50 here a liter in Western Canada, where we produce like so much freaking oil. It's insane that, like, for instance, in Iran or Russia, where it's still like, I think 25 cents or 20 cents American or Canadian per liter or gallon, because it's just subsidized, or they have so much of it, produce it, that they don't rip off their citizens. But point being, we should be all at least just mixing 50% water gases into your fuel, and not burning so much what should be made into plastic instead of CO2 poison. And sorry about my little rant there. Thank you so much, Brittany.
That's all good.
That is a huge
I thought
help.
she was joining. I thought she was joining the stream. I was like, damn.
Yeah, Brittany, join in, sister. Or is this a consolation, excellent support birthday present, but you don't want, unable to come in? It's all good. I do appreciate that, sister. That huge chunk, huge help. Ooh, it's still my birthday in the West Coast for another 23 minutes. And then it's July 18th, which was Nelson Mandela's birthday. Look at how there's
Mandela
also that Mandela effect. The 4 different islands, or does it have Mount Meru with those islands up in the North Pole there?
I don't think it does.
Oh yeah.
It does have the islands, but it doesn't say Mount Meru. But I remember when I was younger in elementary school, I definitely remember the globes having something at the North Pole.
Oh, we can get into some ufology too, Dan. Don't you worry. Much love, brother. And we need to, when I get back in August, we will schedule a few different ufology deep dives, the anti-gravity and the disclosure into all of it, because with Jeremy Reese, with Jeremiah Pop, as well as we're going to have Walter Bosley back, Joseph Farrell together with Walter Bosley on the next one, and we'll have you, Dan, and Eric Hecker as well with Dutch Sense. And when that one finally happens, with Eric Hecker, myself, Dutch Sense, I will make sure to send you a link to join in for the second half, Dan, as you'd be perfect to hop on with it, as well as hopefully okay, you don't want Eric. You and Eric don't, man. Guys, everybody. See, I had temporarily butted heads with Eric, but he is just too amazing, and we settled our differences, and I apologized. I should have. Anyways, we're all good, and I love Eric, but I understand if yeah, he told me to F myself a few times too. It's all good. He's doing good work. He's under a lot of pressure. I understand. Man, if you lived in the South Pole and then Alaska for like all of your life and was exposed to a whole bunch of crazy experimental brainwave shit, who knows? Like, this is what it is. Love the guy. Love you, Dan. And we'll be doing several UFO and over Unity, anti-gravity, and disclosure streams in the future, or in August. Sorry. Definitely get you with Jeremy, Joseph Farrell, Jeremiah, and Walter Bosley. And this is yet another map. This is no, it's not Arabic, because it's Spanish. And see, that's a huge thing with that 500 years is. Sorry.
It's Italian, but when it comes to, as far as the guys who are arguing about not wanting to do a stream together, you can learn more from your enemies than you will your friends, because your enemies will always be honest with you. So you should definitely always try to communicate with your enemies as much as possible, in my opinion.
Or try to don't burn bridges, build them, and when they get burnt, extend a
We lost Bernie. RIP. I don't know if you can still hear me or not.
Hit the wrong button, my bad. But it's better to extend an olive branch than burn a bridge. But bridges always get burnt. I'd always try to rebuild them. And you can always learn something from everything. And Ross, we got to have Ross back on too, brother. Ross, awesome sauce. Oso, my man, we need to schedule something.
This is the last thing. I'm sorry, you're not coming back till August? Is that how long that festival is?
I'm going to be there 10 days.
Jesus.
So, yeah. Gonna get a lot done and recorded, though, with all my world-famous musician, DJ, artist friends for the Science of Sound, though. Hopefully I get some decent bandwidth out there.
Hopefully you can sell some shirts, too.
Indeed, right?
All right, so the last thing I want to show is just over here we have that island of Chipangu, which was that strange ice one, and the other map, it wasn't ice, but it was like a rectangle shape, a rhombus more like, that we saw on the other maps. If we zoom in here, we can see that it has these Nestorian Christian type architectures. Specifically down here, you see the tower, which is related to Nestorian Christianity. So it's more than likely that the Nestorian Christians did make their way over to Japan in history. As you can see, all throughout Asia, you still have these Nestorian Christian type architectures during this time period. This map is from 1450. This is the Frau Mauro map. This is an interactive version where you can actually click on it and it gives you Google Earth coordinates for some of the places. Other places it says they never existed. Obviously, because if you look at Siberia now, none of these things are here. But in 1450, the guy who made this map, Frau Mauro, he said that all this stuff was up in Siberia. And I believe that it was, based on the amount of information that's available here. And there's another website that breaks down each one of these paragraphs into more detail into English and tells what they say and gives information for each one of these locations. So based on the research I've done, I do believe that a lot of these cities were actually here in the past.
Oh, me too. And when I'm back, we're going to have to do a stream where we use that leylines.net, where you can enter these ancient maps in and it will like overlay it onto like Google Earth or whatever, and then you can like add the different ley lines and all of that sort of stuff and start compiling with it. Once as you're working on getting yourself a new computer, I've been able to get a couple of more hard drives, external hard drives, free up a little bit of space. It's so much work, my God. Every stream, then editing, getting like, I don't think people truly understand how much work is involved in all of this. And thank you, Shem.
The work is fun. The work is fun. I appreciate being able to even do it. But yeah, exactly. I appreciate you having me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your birthday, man.
Bless you, brother, and thank you for joining in. For everybody who is unaware, Shem's new channel.
You don't have to do that. No, you don't have to do that. I appreciate the chat. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you later.
Thank you. Bless you, and excellent work as always. We love Shem, Tartarian Truth, and such a humble, modest brother. Jim Dillinger, shout out to you and the work you've been doing as well, my friend. A lot of petroglyphs, and then also exploring the megaliths around where you live in France and out in the countries there. Man, I'm jealous because there's so many crazy ancient epic sites throughout France, depending what area you do live in. And those were some absolutely astoundingly great maps that Shem was sharing with us, and I've got the links for them so we can look into them. And the World Library of Congress is the source of this map. So look at that. libraryofcongress.gov is the source of this map. Excellent find, Shem, and look at what they've been hiding. They just try to, claim cognitive dissonance on us. We're the best ever, YOLO. Oh, they were just stupid. They didn't know what they were mapping. They were able to, go around the whole world, build crazier structures than we can. All this macro terraformed pyramid, starfort, in canal infrastructure. Oh, all of this different ancient land structures, but when you overlay these ancient maps with where there was more land, that supposedly is what things looked like during the last ice age, only this doesn't look like an ice age. This actually looks like things were more lush when there was this less water, and that there was a lot more civilization everywhere when there was this more land mass, less water. So that brings into question the whole Ice Age narrative altogether, really, because how are all of these maps more inhabited and looking like more life, more, just biology as well as human civilization and settlement everywhere, as well as forests and water and everything in this time period. Yet we were told that it was ice age, and that ice age is responsible for all of our current geology and geological formations. So I think that right there, where the debate just 100 years ago was between what used to be taught called catastrophism, and that a series of catastrophes was what was responsible for the geology and geography and terrain of the world, and that Atlantis, these prior higher civilizations or demigods and kings and empires spanning tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years back, and that all of these maps with more land, when you overlay them on the current maps of where we are now, it's the everything that no longer exists of these main lands are now what show as the continental shelves of each of these supposed continent landmasses, and especially so in Siberia and Alaska, and that also there's the mass just bombardment, these lake circle holes in everywhere throughout these areas of these northern regions that previously were labeled mapped civilized, and now just look absolutely burnt out, nuked out, completely destroyed. And thank you, Shem Tartarian Truth, this map as well, also from the Library of Congress. So there you go. Oh my God, sorry. Wow, I wasn't looking at the comments, and I didn't realize that I had a comment up and was blocking the map. Sorry, everyone. A little bit better now. My bad. There we go. It's okay. It's my birthday, and I can do what I want to, do what I want to, do what I want to. Anyone else wants, might have another guest joining in, but we're going to finish looking at these maps, and then we're going to go into part 2 of exploring southern Alberta. And anybody wants to help my broke ass out and help fund the next trip to Shambhala starting tomorrow, where I will be recording, interviewing, and if not doing live streams, at least recording hours and days upon footage of interviews with all sorts of sound engineers, music producers, world famous DJs, touring artists, and epic performers that I am good friends with at the happiest place on earth, Shambhala Music Festival in Salomo, British Columbia. I am returning for my 12th year and returning there after they gave me a 1-year ban last year because of that redunculous controversy over a Facebook post I made about snowflakes please removing themselves from my friends list to make room for real people because I was maxed out at 5,000 friends and Facebook won't let you have more than 5,000 friends. Thus, I was asking for fake people to delete themselves, and because I stated snowflakes of all color, please remove yourself to make room for real people. 52,000 Facebook people got offended and signed a petition to get me banned from Shambhala. Just ridiculous. But I'm going back tomorrow. And everything helps if you want to send $1, $3, $5, $10, or bless you so much, Brittany, with that $100 contribution. So far, I think it's just been Brittany with that 100, and before we even did the stream, Shem sent me $33. Bless you both for those birthday gifts. Both my and Jackie Gleason. Sorry, Jackie also. Shout out to Jackie. So I gotten 3 today. Bless you, Jackie. With the 10 to start. Brittany, thank you so much, sister, for the 100. Everything helps. And desperately need it for the overpriced gas, as I have yet to figure out hydrogen, but that is coming for part 2 of this year, starting in August for Real Science, and You're the Coil will be going into actually using that Brown's gas, hydrogen gas, and starting to experiment, engineer with hybrid diesel, hydrogen mixed fuel. Make it out of water, man. Beautiful. On site. And there's lots of people already doing that. Okay, back to Tartarian Truth. We have Shem has actually been doing a lot of boots on the ground work as well in where he lives, I believe Ohio or Idaho, correct, I believe. That Shem, are the new messages you just posted links? Were those the maps? New maps or the ones I just had up? I'm not sure. Anywho, sorry. Shem's Ohio 360. Shit, do you live in Ohio or is it Idaho? I wanted to say Ohio, but then I said Idaho, and now I don't know. Ohio or Idaho, but I don't know which one. It's one of those two hoes, which Tartarian Truth resides. Anywho, here is Ohio 360 Tour and Archive Jefferson Mound, Worthington by Tartarian Truth. And here is this video so you can go over, like it, and give Shem Jacob a subscribe. Okay, you do live in Ohio. My bad. Why the frick did I say Idaho? I guess I just had potatoes on my mind. Isn't Idaho the potato state? Or am I just an ignorant Canadian? I don't know. My instinct was to say Ohio, and then for some reason I said Idaho. weird. Maybe just to make that joke. So Shem's in Ohio. All of the great mounds, I think, are mostly in Ohio, as well as Serpent's Mound, also in Ohio. He is in the center of this North American pyramid civilization. Oops. Why is it all blue? Is it supposed to be like that, or did I screw up? I'm so confused. Oh, there we go. So not sure. Ooh, St. John, bless you and thank you. 38 today. Got to start eating more monoatomic gold, taking care of oneself so that the Benjamin Button effect hopefully happens with the monoatomics in colloidal waters. I don't want them gray hairs. Oh, here we got Shem. I see Shem's pup. Assuming I could that music's not copyrighted, but just in case, I'm muting it, but it's still excellent. So, it's still sometimes YouTube will take any excuse to remove your advertising royalties on a stream, even royalty free or copyright free songs. Even if you play them because they're copyright free, they will use it as an excuse to demonetize a stream or video. I have found it's just so freaking stupid. So I just inevitably mute most things, I've learned. But also in August, maybe September, yeah, no commentary on this vid, so exactly. And shout out to Shem and Tartarian Truth, aka Tartarian Truth, as you've been doing absolutely awesome next level work. We all miss your parodies, but I understand that I understand your reasoning for like that it from all the people that did get offended that can't take jokes and that are just so negative that it sucks we live in this cancer culture of frickin' snowflakes, man. Frickin' snowflakes. All right, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get Shem's channel, but can't do it while sharing screen, so I'm gonna have to wait. You still have a parody channel too? What? I didn't know this. Can you please post the link? I have been missing out and I don't think I'm subscribed. So what the TF, Shem? Doing a horrible job of self-promotion, by the way. Love you, G. Please post the link so we can all follow because it's excellent. And Jeffers Mound, just one of so many. So many epic ones. And what I suspect and what the evidence would point to naturally with all of these mounds, seeing the Teotihuacan, that's Mexico City as well. No, Teotihuacan, yeah, and oh god, it's gonna count. Chichen Itza. Chichen Itza is the one in on the coast there of Mexico in the Baja Peninsula, I think. No, is that Baja on the west coast? The Caribbean side. Anyways, there we go. I need to find that, but I need to stop sharing channel first to get the link. Anyways, back to the point. They were mounds when first photographed. All of the Chinese pyramids, mounds when first photographed. Even the Giza pyramids, mostly mound covered, had to be excavated. Everything was covered and had to be dug out, aka the mud flood. Whatever happened in one of these major catastrophes, worldwide tsunamis most likely, that covered everything, and then you have at least centuries, most likely millennia, if not 10,000 or tens of thousands, even for like the more advanced ones, like uh, you have in the Grand Canyon pyramid complex, could be up to 50 or 60, 100,000 years. Who knows? But at least 10,000 most likely, or 12,000 years of actual erosion, actual decays and processes on top of the original cataclysm that destroyed or wiped everything out, followed with the remaining under original structures and layers that existed. And what do they look like underneath? Were they what they claim to be, just dirt and mounds? Or is it like what's discovered when any of these pyramids, mound places, ancient sacred sites actually get dug out, and they discover the majority of the time passages or like entire cave systems, cities, burials, all sorts of things, but always some sort of subterranean structure and design and space built into it and looking to be discovered, if not also having most likely probable that it's not just dirt, but that there's stone and more higher advanced construction materials and methods in a lot of these buried, aka mounds, most likely full out pyramids, or who knows, buildings, all sorts of possibilities that have been proven to come out as the case in so many places that around the world and just keep getting found, aka the Bosnian pyramids, aka the in Turkey. My God, it's 12,000 years old, or 11,500. Oh, Göbekli Tepe. There we go. Göbekli Tepe. I'm probably butchering, but at least I got it. All right. So there's Shem, and let's stop sharing screen on that. And now I can actually find or copy Shem's channel for everybody. But in the meantime, let's take a look at this map, and then we'll get back to all my pictures. Okay. In this map specifically, we have Tartaria, consisting all of Asia, including all of the Middle East, Saudi Arabia to Oman to Yemen, all the way to Turkey, through Constantinople, and all the way up to the channel of separating Europe there, and the canal into, or the pass, whatever the heck it's called, into the Black Sea, as well as Russia, but also down into what looks like Indonesia and the Philippines, Japan, all of China, all of Siberia, all of the subcontinent of India, all of it labeled Tartaria in this one. Here we go. Shem's main channel, Tartarian Truth. Please make sure to go give Shem a like and subscribe. Now I need to find Shem's main, or his parody channel. Here we go. Oh, St. John Peniel Chedester III. There you go. Sorry I didn't see sooner. You get a blue wrench. Daniel Fail, you get a blue wrench. Anybody without a wrench, anybody that's not a moderator in the live chats, please comment now so I can make you a good day. Scott Robinson, there you are. Also a blue wrench. Everybody that was not, because everybody, Alexandra Wissink, there you are, deserves to not have to worry about being censored, blocked, deleted, as well as the ability to share links. And another feature that they only let moderators now do, that they used to let everybody do in YouTube live chat, was you can click on any other commenter's logo there, and it gives you an option to connect and go to their channel and subscribe and see their work and connect with everybody else in here. And I love you all. Thank you for watching, and we're going to get into part 2. Here is Shem's parody channel. Kaboom for everybody. Everybody go make sure, if you can handle a joke and not be offended, go subscribe to Shem on there as well. Oh, did I do the wrong one? Frick, I thought I had selected, but apparently. Oh, there we go. There's Tartarian Truth TV. Okay, perfect. It is the right one, I think. No, it's not. Here we go. Okay, finally. Shem's parody channel known as Tartarian Truth TV. Kaboom. For everybody, make sure you'll get a good laugh if you go subscribe. All right, now enough. Old world maps, always fascinating, always epic, because they show things that we're told are, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of years old, but yet they're depicted in maps from 500 years ago. What's going on, people? What is going on? Clearly a mass deception of catastrophe resets and past grand higher civilizations. A what? Was it vacant? I don't know. Fuck. Have you seen? I need to play. I love this one. Okay, here's a break so I can go for a smoke, and then we will continue on with Southern Alberta Part 2. Let's play. First, we'll give you a teaser of going back into the Badlands. And let's make it look like this, maybe. And let's do more terraces. More terraces everywhere. Oops. Here you can see terraces this way, terraces this way, terraces this way. Every single hill. And for those that don't know what I'm referencing, it is the hills that make up this guy's face. Part of the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians that are also these guys, that are all 10 of or at least 10 different possible features, most likely many, many more. Either way, that it's just astounding that every single hill that I saw there looks macro terraformed with these artificial terraces. Okay, what I was doing though was going to load. Here we go. It's all pyramids, man, because it's freaking funny. And if you're not able to take a laugh at yourself and hold yourself accountable, like when I'm 9 or 10 hours into a stream and smoked a little bit too much weed and going a little off the rails, trying to claim that clear mud is rock and stuff. Well, power. I love it. Hello, good sir.
What's going on?
What's happening?
Not too much, just enjoying some tea.
Look at this freaking battery. Looks like the Indian temples that are carved out of the freaking bedrock.
2 very boring minutes later.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of this earlier. It's been pretty crazy.
1 nap later.
Look at this shit. They're all pyramids. Everything was pyramidal to begin with. You've seen it here first.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm looking that up right now.
Like, look at this cement rebarred freaking fortification and then just a dinky wood watchtower on top. But 3 arches worth of cemented caves going into the sides. Everything is pyramidal. This looks like they just took over some Navajo freaking mountaintop. Looks like some guardians. Looks like another guardian.
What? Like, huh? Are you crazy?
Just mind-blowing.
Absolutely mind-blowing.
Oh, just the monastery here. No, the
What's up, Nicky B?
monastery made of the only surviving mud brick building castles from around the whole.
After coming across those petrified pieces of wood and looking into it a little bit more, some of these places that are carved into mountains, that sometimes I just start to think that maybe they were just structures before the flood, possibly, and they became, I guess, those carved out type mountain looking structures after the flood, maybe. But obviously that's just a random theory.
You're a stupid dumbass.
Like, something fucked this shit right up, but then you have however many eons of actual erosion and life and decay and stuff that has gone on since then. Like, is this the sleeping dude here? Giant guy behind this? And like this natural amphitheater in Colorado? Like, are you kidding me? No, nature doesn't naturally make these perfect freaking amphitheaters all over the place. Look at, like, what is that?
Two hours later.
But that's legit. Oh my god, it just, does that look like a dude right there? I don't know.
You got the Cowboys there.
Pyramids, CBS to the rescue, blow up some pyramids.
What? The fuck? What? Okay, there is no logic to what you are saying. There's no logic there. That's called stupidity.
Many, many minutes later.
But look at this. Cart ruts? Like, I don't think so. It looks like Maltese shit. Straight rock. How is it cut through with wood carts? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that would have to take a lot of traveling over a long time, I'm guessing. Donkey boy.
I just wanna explore these places. Like, look at this hotel. Like, what the fuck? It's in a giant rock. Next to these things.
Eight hours later.
Guaranteed. I think John Levi has won me over. They're all buildings.
What the fuck? Like, huh?
I think a lot of them are. When I was traveling to Nashville, I was going past a site called Cave City, Kentucky, and when I looked it up on Google just to see what it was, for some reason, all these, like, I guess, cities carved out of rock were showing up on Google. I don't know. I still haven't figured out for sure if it's in Kentucky or not. I couldn't find any information about it, so maybe Google is just giving me random photos from other places, but
I wouldn't be surprised, though. It's fascinating, and it's more places than you suspect. And
this guy is fucking stupid.
fucking stupid birthday boy leaving a black screen up on a live stream. How many viewers did I lose? I'm just kidding. I love you all. And that should have played the might have been paired. Yes, that is a real good one, actually. I love it. But we'll play that one later on. You gotta be able to, make humor of one's own self on their birthday. Like, it's part of, staying humble and not letting the Andrew Tate devil take over within the ego. You gotta keep yourself in check, right? And here we go. All right, let us continue on with the discoveries of this Medicine Hat Badlands Guardian site here. My Crypto Alchemist logo being one of the Guardians, and that so this main valley here that has these 10 plus potential faces, the long nose and the big skull guys, this Moai and this Easter Island, the dark and the light too on the further side, the what's labeled alien in the head, but coming out of head, but in fact is the more properly known as the Aztec dragon headdress warrior guy that all of these pictures are that I was actually exploring, and these are the boots of the ground pictures, as well as across the road what's labeled alien head or elongated skull guy this is the road that I was able to access, and then I hopped the fence and was exploring this area right here, all of these hills, and that's where all of these terraces are. And that you see 1, 2, 3, 4. These could be potential things. Another troll guy or something. Yeah, you can see it right there. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and potential ninth, 10th features. That above this valley, so just north of here on the next valley of Badlands and hills, there's also another 3 native warrior Badland Guardian figureheads that more resemble this main Badlands Guardian Western First Nations warrior figure, and then also kind of resemble the Aztec Olmec as well in it. We see, oh, you don't see the cursor? Okay, thank you for that, Chris, CJDV, for that. So hopefully my narration and reading off the different names that this person has labeled these different features, you get the picture of it. But that the valley north of it, there's several more figures that look more like these guys. And that I will be doing follow-up streams and research on all of these sites now, and looking into Google Maps a lot more, figuring out these other guys, and then also trying to figure out and confirm and look more into the actual geoglyphs themselves, the geoglyphology aspect of what Arthur Ferrum originally discovered these Badland Guardians. There's lots of different claims of the time and the original discoverer of the Badland Guardians, the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians here, and the actual truth from my first encounter and awareness, and it predates the claims of 2012, 2010, 2008. It was, I believe, like 2006 or 2004, because I was with my ex girlfriend Scara, and I was, so this was like, yeah, like the very early 2000s that I first read on ancientorigins.net site, Arthur Ferrum of ferrumfoundation.org of the geoglyphology, his works. First, the article that I saw was him showing all of this evidence of pre-Columbian civilization and travel from Europe, from America, and all of this advanced pre-Spanish, pre-colonial Moroccan, as well as the Moorish, and specifically his research was showing the Moors that were, and the Barbars were, when they still controlled Spain and parts of Central Europe there, and more Western Europe, before they were pushed out and the Muslims were pushed out, the time of that, the Arabian Golden Age, or sorry, the Arabian Golden Age of Alchemy, is what it was known as, and it was for 500 or 1,000 years throughout all of the Middle East, and the East Orient was known as this Arabic Golden Age of Arabic alchemy, and that they were the enlightened, the empowered, and they were the actual powerhouse of the world trade and empire and civilization, most likely more advanced, most likely still using such things as Baghdad batteries, most likely the ones that were still building these or utilizing the atmospheric electricity out of the different cathedrals, sacred sites, worship places, and whatnot, the alchemy actually being electrical knowledge and technology. But that's a different discussion. Back to Arthur Farham, his epic book and work, and first article I saw, which then I went to his website, and it was several years before any of the current claims of people trying to claim they discovered these guys, and that he had discovered them not from just browsing Google Earth like the other people who also later simultaneously stumbled upon these sites, but he actually had been directed to this location from other ancient geoglyphology sites and geoglyphs that all marked to this specific location, and that he was from other ancient sites that he decoded, such as the Nazca, Peru geoglyphs and lines, as well as the Bosnian pyramid geoglyphs and geoglyphology site, and maybe even Egypt, I think, but there was several that all pointed here. So then he went and finally checked it out, and sure enough found all of these faces, this site, and these geoglyphs, which so number 5 is on private land, number 4 is on private land, number 2 is on private land, number 3 is on, all of these sites are all on private ranch land, and that the number 4 site and head, as well as the number 5 site, those are on a separate piece of property, a separate ranch from the individual rancher property owner that I had contacted. And the rancher that I had talked to and was able to access was the one that owned this whole site and area, as well as this site here, and basically the from Mole Man and Troll Wearing Helmet to Long Nose Birdman area was the 2 property owner ranch people that I got the contacts for. But the Badlands Guardian Yelling Native that are labeled here, those are a 3rd property, and they're the properties where these specific geoglyph radial sites are, that I was unable to access this time, but will be making better plans, contacting the actual owners and trying to make arrangements to come back in September or early October before winter of this year to do a far more several day just at this location investigation of and accessing and verifying these lines that are the geoglyphs of Arthur Farham and his geoglyphology science that he's what was used, discovered, that he rediscovered and that he used, that led him to the discovery of this site and my original being made aware of it. What I have up right now, this total area is the area that is mapped out by these different Medicine Hat, Badlands geoglyph sites, and this being site 4 here. So these lines that you see, these little earthenworks, he's found out that you measure the length of them and the angle of them, and then he's got this mathematical system he uses that calculates out to them, and that those 5 sites at Medicine Hat, Badlands, map this specific territory right here to Hawaii, all the way to Giza Plateau and the pyramids, to the Bosnian pyramids to the northern tip of Greenland, and as well as through Mexico, Cuba, and all the, I think it's the the Canary Islands there. Basically, all of North America as well as Europe were part of this territory at one point, which is very fascinating that it would be including the Europe or the Mediterranean, but most likely it's saying probably demonstrating that it's the rights of the ocean maybe, and that it was acknowledging these main central geoglyph locations and including them. Maybe it didn't necessarily mean that it included the territory of Europe. Who knows? Very fascinating stuff. But that's what I'm going to be wanting to do and aiming to do still this year for round 2 trip here, is to actually get the drone out and actually get permission to go on to these specific geoglyph areas and document the earthenworks that are these straight lines. Are they made of stone? Is it just terraformed earth? Regardless of what it is, it's essential to go down there and actually verify the earthenworks that are these geoglyphs and geoglyphology. Even though, in my own mind, it's already validated through all of Arthur Farham's work, it's just always good to, be proof, the second proof, the confirmation, the undeniable supporting evidence. And here we have these, Bernie got his balls, Bernie's red balls. And originally I was led to believe that this specific giant red ball was in Orion, Alberta. Not the case. Orion, Alberta is rather disappointing. It's rather a bland, disappointing destination. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sorry to belittle you, Orion, Alberta, but there's all of 10 houses there. Your local community store doesn't even have gas, and it's only open for 5 hours a day out of 5 days out of 7 a week. And you don't have these balls, you just have fields of canola with nothing to do or look at. That said, Orion, Alberta is only 3-minute detour off of the road between that we had to take regardless from Cypress Hill Interprovincial Park by Medicine Hat and connecting Writing on Stone Provincial Park UNESCO site / petroglyph Hoodoo's Badlands site that we were going to. But where this was and is, and I actually took a whole bunch of pictures of these and got to see, is it's actually also, this is Red Rock Coulee, and these are from Red Rock Coulee. There's not 2 sites, it's just the one site, Red Rock Coulee, where all of these are. I will also be going back to Red Rock Coulee at some point, and this is a good segue to transfer over. Before we continue with all the Badland pictures, let's go over the Red Rock Coulee pics for a little bit, because they're also absolutely epic and astounding. And that Bernie got his big red ball, got to see the big red balls. And here we go. Bernie's big red balls. But they're Alberta's big red balls. Bernie just got to capture some on film for all of you and explore it on site. And I will be going back. So this is Red Rock Coulee. This is just as you're pulling up, you get to see them, and very similar style of Badland terrain as the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians area, and kind of almost like the Milk River Writing on Stone petroglyph site. Just all of Alberta's Badlands. They're so freaking fascinating. And that we also have one Badlands site minimum, at least, that has giant, big red balls. Albertans, red balls. So Costa Rica has these balls. Ohio has these balls. I think Serbia or Slovakia or somewhere in Eastern Europe also. Bosnia by the pyramids has these balls. Northwest Territories has these balls. Alaska has these balls. Indonesia has these balls. All over Hawaii even. And I also believe maybe Easter Island, but Hawaii for sure. I also think there's some in New Zealand maybe. Chris, you're in chat, you know. But these balls are everywhere. Jim Dillinger, that could be right. Like so many different possibilities. I'm open to anything at this point. But here's one of them that wasn't as perfect sphere, but it did have these artificial holes in them. And these artificial holes are recognized as such, and that they are megalithic, and that they are artificial. They originally try to claim that, oh, they're made from a stone, a little piece of sand or something, and then erosion swirling around for thousands of years. But no, that's not the case, because you can clearly see here that there's actually this outer red shell, and then a different softer inner layer here, and that these indentations, these holes, it's the shell. They haven't eaten through into this other layer. No, in fact, this is like some sand silt that's collected and brushed up in here, but you can still see this like couple millimeter thick shell where it's chipped and cracked, but the holes themselves haven't eroded through it. The holes are somehow were made with these things, and they don't actually eat through. Here's a second one with them at this site, or no, sorry, this is the first one just with a different angle. You can see the one that was chipped there, but then on this other side, right, and that they're not breaking through. Here's other chips. These holes still have the case. See, right, there's a chip off. Oops. Whatever the indentations, they haven't eroded through. Like, they haven't chipped through. That sand, it's discolored it a bit, and changed it a bit, but it hasn't broken through that surface layer where it's chipped through in several other places. Lichen growing on these, and then the breaks in it. Oh, and then again here you can see another one of the holes. Oops, wrong way. Yeah, so just like, look at that. That perfect evidence that these were artificially created. And they're recognized as such at literally thousands of European megalithic sites, as well as South American and Asian sites as well. This one, right? Like, it almost looks like a tree or a monolith, but could have, maybe it was, but I don't know. Very strange shape if it was a tree, but whatever it was I think some sort of monolith, and obviously smashed over and broken, but also covered in these same holes. And once again, you can see that it doesn't, this one's a darker inside, but that it hasn't eaten through. It's got that same encasing in this indentation. You can see it's chipped off a bit up top. Inside, that's just sand, dirt that's come on, and look at that interior, all dark. where it's split and cracked through. These holes have not been eroded from sand. They are original features of whatever this geology, this geological formation, whatever it is. And was it biology? Was it geopolymer? Like, was it artificial construction, biogeology, whatever it was not. See, and look in the middle here, so dark blackstone and super dark on the top half, and then on the bottom half, once again, you chipped off, it's got that super light, right? So these holes still have the outer casing on it. And looks like this clay at the bottom. Right? This is me showing my balls. These are BurnEye's balls. This are BurnEye's balls. These are the BurnEye's balls that will be displayed on my show. And yeah, you know, maybe no, I'm not even gonna humor it or joke about it. When I get back, my broke ass is gonna be forced to get a part-time real job, just because I am not making anywhere close to survive off of YouTube monthly, and it's been taking up too much of my time. I need to prioritize getting at least a part-time employment to be able to fund the ridiculous increased inflation cost of livings and just survive and afford life. So I will be in August. And that's also why I haven't been scheduling so many interviews or guests or the regular series and interviews and specific big name interviews that have been in the works that are coming, is because of this need now to actually get some sort of employment and start prioritizing it. And once I do establish that, then I will know my schedule and be able to work around whatever job schedule I do end up with once I'm back in August. But don't fret, I am in contact and do have in the works that will happen in August: Walter Bosley with Joseph P. Farrell, some more with alien scientist Jeremy Reese, of course, as well as Jeremiah Pop, Real Science, of course, Andreas Zertis. He's been on a bit of time off in dealing with family stuff, but also having an epic family experience and trip over in Bosnia and Croatia and Eastern Europe there with his father and brother, on his dad's idea of wanting to go visit his original homeland one last time as he gets on in his age. So he will also be back either, I think, sometime in August or maybe September. Brittany, if you're still watching, let me know. But that is why there's been this absence of Zertis, and why we haven't yet had Walter Bosley back for round 2, or Nick Cook we're going to be having on, as well as oh my God, Wandering Wolf has confirmed for August. Shout out to Mike and Wandering Wolf channel. Excellent work that Mike does. And if it wasn't for Wandering Wolf Mike, I would have never known that this location of these big red balls was actually Red Rock Coulee, Alberta, instead of Orion, Alberta, as they had been. The original pictures of this I'd seen online were wrongly mislabeled, and it was just a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, that Mike at Wandering Wolf published his video of his walkthrough of this site that he did, and he's still got an unreleased overall flyover drone video of Red Rock Coulee to publish that'll be coming out in August as well. And yeah, he stopped at this site while he was visiting the Mystery Rocks of Saskatchewan, the megalithic site of the Cypress Hills, one of the megalithic sites of Cypress Hills Intra-Provincial Park. And originally, when I was on this trip with my mom, we were also going to we went to the Cypress Hills Intra-Provincial Park in Alberta, the most western portion there, traveled from Medicine Hat eastwards to Elk Lake, Cypress Hills, and only to find out that Saskatchewan Mystery Rocks was still another, I think, 125, 150 kilometers further east into the edge, the most eastern edge of, and crossing from Alberta into Saskatchewan of this intra-provincial Cypress Hills park, and that it was actually quite a huge place, too far for us to have traveled that day, while also being able to do what we did and get the time at Writing on Stone Provincial Park, Petroglyph Site, Hoodoo's Badlands, and UNESCO World Site. That is the third part of this video that we will be looking at. We are 2 hours in right now. Oh my goodness, it is no longer my birthday, but hey, everything is appreciated. And if you want to support this work or send me a little belated birthday $1, $2, $3, $4, or $5, everything helps and is appreciated. So here we are, Red Rock Coulee, Alberta, and this site is actually about 15 to 20 minutes, and I'd say about 20 to 30 kilometers west of Medicine Hat, the city of Medicine Hat, Alberta, and that then the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians are about 15, 20 minutes, about 20, 30 kilometers northeast of Medicine Hat. So it's like on opposite corners of approaching and leaving the Medicine Hat city, that both of these sites are located, and that they're fairly close, like within a day's horse ride, no problem. Maybe 50 kilometers, like what, 30 miles or so of each other. So potential connections of this past macro terraforming, mega advanced earthenwork civilization. And is this a mound? Is this a pyramid at that site? Looks very mound-like as well. So here's one of them broken open. And the thing to understand is all of these, the big chunks and whatnot, the rock ones, like they all were originally spheres, and then they've just broken apart. And some of them were as big as cars. So like you see this, right? But no, each one of this is a piece of what was a former intact full sphere. They were all spheres. All of this rock formation came in spheres, and that they've just, lots of them have broken over time and shattered into different pieces. But they all originally came as these spheres. They could be Titan seeds, they could be like dragon eggs, they could be gosh knows what. Like, so some of them had features like this, but I found the majority actually had rings and were made of concentric circles. Here we go. The concentric circles. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Oh, it's got more rings than me. It passed my 38th right now. And I just turned 38 today. Happy birthday. This was an epic exploration and trip that I did with my mom. Got to spend some time with my lovely, amazing mom. Shout out to you, Janice the Conkin, the bearer of me, who birthed me into this world and raised me along with my father. It was awesome time with her, and it was good to spend the time with her, as my mom has been without a home for the last month and a half. She's been homeless since the end of May, when I helped her move out of her old place after the landlords raised the rent on her by over $300 a month, and then they were like, and this isn't gonna be the last raise, and she was already fed up with the place, so we put it in storage. And then the market's been horrible, so she went to live with my aunt down in southern Alberta in Glenwood for the last month and a half. She's actually finally got a new place, and was able to qualify for subsidized elderly assisted, like, yeah, I guess place or whatever. But I'll be helping her move in and settle to a new home at the beginning of August. So her nomad's lifestyle is coming to an end, and she gets to resettle and plant new roots. That said, when at the end of May, as we were packing her home into storage, and she was becoming without a home at the time, and was, a little distraught of like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, about to be without a home for the first time in her life. But, obviously was down with my aunt and uncle and fully invited there. And it was, good time for the whole family enjoyed the time together. And it was a good thing. And, the universe works in mysterious ways, but it always unfolds the way it's supposed to. Thus, you have to keep faith. And I mentioned to my mom at the time that she had to keep faith. It would work out. Now it has, but that she would, she should use the summer to travel a bit and explore and do, travel and go, have a good time for the time until it was ready to settle down again. And it ended up in a way that we were actually did the traveling together, and it was time that I will forever cherish, spending with my mother and my family, my aunts and uncles, as a lot of the time we were based out of their place in Glenwood, from a launch point and overnight before heading to both Waterton National Park there, the Red Rock Valley that in Waterton Park that I did a couple of weeks ago, as well as had smashed in Buffalo Jump spot, and now Medicine Hat, Writing on Stone, Milk River, and Red Rock Coulees here. Back to Red Rock Coulee. Here we can see in this one all of these concentric circles that make up the interior of it. So now that I actually see this, what is fascinating is that this is, so the one that broke over, it could have just been one line, maybe. Is this different? Like, I'm trying to think, is this like split on it or did it just not have it? Anyway, so here's another one with all of these concentric circles, lichen on top, but you can see that they're made of these circles. Or maybe are the circles petroglyphs? Maybe. I don't think so. I think it's the material itself. Sadly, graffiti on it. Like, I don't understand why people do this. Like, it's like this isn't graffiti. This is destruction of like heritage and, you know, natural sites, nature, or just have respect, people. Like, I never messed with it, never, you know, have to carve your name. Leave your mark in a better way. Leave your mark on this world, not by carving it into an ancient piece of history and anomaly. Instead, by, you know, recording it with videos and sharing it and taking these pictures and sharing it with the world, doing positive things, building, not destroying. But I am guilty of leaving my mark with tags. So my graffiti, I've always just left stickers, but I leave them on urban current, concrete sort of jungle shit, like a fence post, a sign, a table. That's where I mark my name when I've been there, sort of thing. And that's, if you're a graffiti artist or even a marker, you want to leave your name, sign the back of the billboard, the signs that give you the fake narrative of these places. Don't ruin the actual site itself. Just tag and leave a little mark, your name on the new constructed human parts. Exactly, Chris. Take only photographs, leave only footprints. And so this one as well, this also looks very mound-like, very step pyramid. And that, of course, and what we found with so many pyramids, like the Indonesian pyramids, Bosnian pyramids, Chinese pyramids, and even South American, North American mounds, all of them, this mud flood. So this actual layering of some sort of, shout out Tranquil Vortex. You said I didn't even see your comment above Chris's. Oh, you guys owe each other a soda pop. Great minds thinking alike. And hey, look at you too. My Aussie sister and my Kiwi brother. Both of you from the opposite side of this realm, saying the exact same thought at the exact same time. Ain't that something? That's a synchronicity right there. So if there's any sort of Aussie New Zealand rivalry, in fact, you're a lot more similar than you may think. Either way, love all of you. Love you all for being here. I think this is a second very suspicious possible mound. I see several possible mounds within this location and these giant red balls all over the place. Shout out Elkman as well, my fellow Canadian brother. I think I saw him in the chat around when we first started with Shem. I know it's very late there now, probably 4 a.m. My goodness, out in Ontario where Elkman lives. He was suggesting when I first showed these a few days ago on Shem Tartarian Truth Stream with Shem and Elkman, Sarah, myself, and Bex. Shout out to Bex as well, was with us. He was suggesting that maybe these are lighter and they like float or migrate buoyancy through up, but I don't think so. They seem very heavy and they seem. Shout out Drew, Chalk Body Outline, Drew World Order, my man. Good to see you, Drew. Thank you for the birthday wishes, my friend. And so it's like, to the average what do you call it? Western scientific non-believer of like spiritual God, soul, creation. You know what is the word? And atheist. There we go. The atheistic, materialistic, Western society, religion of science extremists mind frame that, oh, this can only be formed from some sort of natural process, you know, where, you know, when you come from an understanding of or belief of whether you believe in the evidence of maybe this some so through cognitive dissonance, because they're not in touch with their own soul, creation, and acceptance of God and higher conscious, you know, universal existence, that all they can accept is nature instead of like a God conscious or higher conscious or intelligent past civilization or giant or titan or whatever was here. Because even in you know, the Old Testament, they're saying giants lived in those days, the men of renown and whatnot, that they document these stories of giants, that it could have been giants, it could have been like a god, like when everything was created, this, or some say demigod, higher civilization, master builder. You want to believe in the blue chickens that did it, or that it's all a simulation and that it's this what the hell is the video game? I was just thinking of it, where everything are blocks, and you build the block world in the metaverse. Freaking brain fart, it will come to me. The super popular kids game that South Park has made fun of many times, and I've ref Minecraft. Thank you, Chris. Whether it's a simulation Minecraft reality, whether it was giants and titans, whether it was God, you know, or past human civilizations or aliens, whatever the heck you want to believe it is or that it was, it was intelligently, more likely done by life rather than random chance in the ocean, is what I'm saying with this. And whether it was humans, giants, aliens, gods, or just pieces of plants or past giant megafauna or flora, whatever it was something other than just random creation from nothing. And when you have a faith in God, you're able to look at things with new eyes. And when you have a faith in the universe, and when you look at the evidence and you read the legends, the stories, the documentations of these past magnificent, ancient, grand civilizations, and that we aren't from this YOLO world, but most likely that we've been here for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, have built societies up many times, and then morally decayed in these ages, you know, going from high golden age of high spirituality connected and conscious, you know, between ourselves and our creator and everything, and long life and everything else that comes with it, to moments of absolute decadence and destruction where God or whatever created us came down and destroyed the what was there and restarted again. We've been here a lot longer than what we're allowed to be told by the mainstream narrative. And it's just so fascinating. Like, so it looks like mounds, pyramids, and these giant sphere circles everywhere. And like, these are huge. Some, like, that one's probably the size of a car. Oh, John Burt, shout out, brother. Bless you for the $5 birthday support. Everything is appreciated. Thank you, John. It all goes towards more explorations and what will be more real science coming up. The next Real Science episode, I believe July 28th, we've got Paranoid American, shout out Thomas, confirmed for it. Of course, Jeremiah Pop, as well as Mike Faraday Research, hopefully Charlie C, and Gerald P, of course, as well, Simon C, Taryn Earthling, the whole crew back for episode 41 will be done before the end of July, and there'll be at least a Real Science a week throughout August, as well as the upcoming interviews. And shout out to Drew of Chalk Body Outline. We got to do a Drew, me, EBT, and Shem stream very soon, as well as Machine Lies and Toilet Bowl Earth. And shout out to Toilet Bowl Earth, TBE giving me the idea of Trash Can Earth because it's both round and flat. That's right. I believe in Trash Can Earth. It's round and flat. Toilet Bowl Earth gave me the idea. Well, more Amber bought that and I stole it after I saw TBE's name. Anywho, back to Red Rock Coulee. And this is Red Rock Coulee in close to Medicine Hat. So essentially this is also the Medicine Hat Badlands, just the opposite side of the city. Forget what else I was saying. Oh, there's the pup. There is T2. And shout out to Wandering Wolf, Mike, down in Texas, who was here about 2 months ago and just released his walkthrough video of this location 2 weeks ago, informing me of its existence and location and why we are all seeing these beautiful photos right now. And that Wandering Wolf been emailing back and forth, talking for the last week here, and talked to him earlier today, confirming that we will be doing an episode together the first or second weekend of August once I'm back from the music festival. And I like, that's a mound that I walked on it. I think I gotta find the right picture of what did I do? Hit the wrong button. The pictures I took standing on top of it, because it was all soil. It wasn't like, I don't know, it all seems artificially constructed, these hills. So here is driving through the city of Medicine Hat. This is the Medicine Hat main valley, main coulee here, and it separates the east side of Medicine Hat from the west side of Medicine Hat. And on top of the east side, I do not a Dionys. I'm actually very concerned for Dutch. Shout out to Dutch Sense. So much, just a legend. If you don't know who Dutch Sense is, well, go check out his work. We're supposed to be doing a couple of upcoming interviews. Like, we've got 3 new full episode streams planned together. One with Eric Hepker, one with Jeremy Reese, as well as one going over specifically petroglyphs and star forts. And yeah, I don't know I pray for his safety. I know that they've been attacking him huge in the media, like the actual media. So Dutch is so legit and so large that they literally, in the Canadian media, the American media, the Japanese, like all over the world, these official government medias and like also the media corporations, the Mockingbird media, all attacking him, claiming he's a conspiracy theorist, he's a fraud, and then hopefully he's not experiencing new threats against his life or acts of violence against him, but he gets a lot of threatening emails, but there have been sketchy attempts on his life in the past that I have heard of, and hopefully that's not going on again. But I know that he's been very stressed out with the CBC actually directly attacking him, and that they might even be trying to go after him legally. I pray that that's not the case, but like it's fucked up. Pardon my language, but it is fucked up for someone who saves so many lives with such epic, monumental science discoveries of earthquake forecasting, the energy like dissipation system, and like legitimate earthquake seismic system that he has discovered, and methods and science that is undeniable. Like it's just, and that it's so accurate. He's saved so many lives over his dedicated work over 15 years of it now, every fucking week. And yes, we're all a threat to fake news outlets, but he's a threat to institutions like the USGS, so like government institutions as well. And that like we live in fucking backwards world, an opposite land, and where he should be winning a goddamn Nobel Peace Prize, as well as being celebrated as a hero, rewarded and embraced by academia, science, and technology. They do the exact opposite and try to claim him as a fraud, try to attack him, destroy him, ruin him, and ruin anybody around with him. And it's absolute bullshit. But yeah, I know, right? Like he's only going so I'm going to, and that's half of why I was so depressed on my birthday today, was reading his message saying that, and essentially saying that he was canceling our future interviews for the time being out of a precaution. And I understand it. It was just a hard pill to swallow on my birthday, but I have faith that whatever's going on, he'll be able to work through it, and that we will eventually get to our next episodes. It just might take a little bit longer. And why I was really depressed is I was informed that my Shambhala trip tomorrow for the next week was canceled, and that my employer was rejected at the Canadian-American border. And that's how my birthday started, and it was a very depressing day up until 7:30 this evening, when he got reapproved, but his other employee got rejected, thus creating room for and an extra ticket for Amber also now to come. So me and Amber are heading to Shambhala Music Festival to work tomorrow, which ended up being one heck of a emotional roller coaster ride, but the best darn birthday present I could have hoped for, having the wife also accompanying me back to Shambhala, as she's also worked there for 10 years. Oh, thank you, Robin. Bless your soul, sister. Right, it's all about supporting the team and everybody that's working for truth, and building up together as a community, winning, spreading knowledge, making sure everybody is okay and doing good, and that's what it's about and how it shall continue, and as we will move forward as we always do. And bless all of your souls for being here. Thank you, everyone who has been able to donate, support, and every little bit helps. We are showing you the results with the pictures right now. So, Medicine Hat. There's the giant teepee on the eastern side, and this just outside of Medicine Hat and east on Highway 1. And this is exactly what we also see in Drumheller, are these mounds that look like pyramids, and they're all around all of the Badlands in Alberta, and well, all of North America, really, the world, actually. And I think that's another pyramid here in southern Alberta, just east. So this right here is about 10 kilometers away from the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians site. So very, very close. Maybe even closer, actually. And then here also, this is what we see in Drumheller, but this is showing one of these black layers, and that in the ones in Drumheller, there's like 5, and it's like, okay, so there was either 5 giant burn resets, not just the 1 KT boundary they claim, and this is much bigger than the KT boundary, or these charcoal layers, and when they alternate in Drumheller on the mounds, it's like they're parallel and symmetrical with alternating three other types where it's like black, red, white, yellow, black, red, white, yellow, which means they are artificially constructed mounds, not actual geological layers. And I did take geology as a minor and geography as a minor in university for several years. And yes, we do need LiDAR on all of these sites. So here we are. This is on the back road into the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. This is one of the ranches that owns one of the Guardian site. Here's the back road going up. This is, yeah, so this is the road that goes up to the main Guardian site, and we drove up it. I should have taken a picture, but there's like a gate over here, and it says no access to Medicine Hat Badland Guardian. And at the highway, there's also another sign that says no access to Medicine Hat Badland Guardian. Literally, there is no access to the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. They are all on private land, but that didn't stop me. We still went up on this road. Here we are. So this is separating right here. Oops. Let's get back to, we're covering them Guardians. So, and for those that have not noticed, in my streams, especially the longer ones, for segments, I alternate and change the colors every time, as an indication of a certain segment. And yeah, that is why I keep switching the colors. We were on the red for the Red Rock Coulee. Now we're on to blue for the super cool Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. And so here we are. This picture right here is taken on this road right here, and it's currently right between the chin of the large elongated guy on the right side and the bottom, like the mid neck spot there of the dragon head warrior headdress guy. And so that's where that picture was and taken, and that, so this is all, so this is leading, that this is also on right before that. So the hill, first hill on the right side at the top there, you see that is the chin of that giant head dude or the Asian looking dude on the right side, on the east side of the road here, right here. It's that guy. And then on the left side, we're coming up to, and then you see it here. That's the beginning of, this is the beginning of the feathered head serpent dude's, the back of his head here. And then we drove down for a little bit. So this guy here is that is the feather coming out of the helmet and the head. And then I called for permission to try to go to the backside of the main guardian guy where there was a number, or so for that one, and couldn't get, he said no, so couldn't get on to this site or this site here. And I will try for the next time in September too, and that there's 2 different property owners, one for coming up on from the road, the oil derrick, or the second guy who I have contact with now to come up in the actual valley side of it and walk up. But we're looking at this guy, and this guy right here, constructed of these terraformed terraces. Every single side of every single hill of these faces covered in terraces. Artificial macro terraforming. And I can assure you that the farmers that own, the ranchers, cattle ranchers that own this land definitely did not go out and build all of these terraces. They are, they think it's natural. It came that way to them. It came that way to their ancestors that have been farming these lands for the last 100 or 200 years, since the Western world's displaced the original First Nations inhabitants of these lands and then sold it off to orphan trained settler European, so that they used to colonize and conquer and turn 2 peoples on each other. But it's all about reconciliation, and that is why we are checking out these ancient indigenous macro terraformed structures and sites and giving them credit for the absolute glory and master achievements that they once did, or the peoples before them. But as you can see here, these indentations, right? Each little indentation gives those specific shadows from above that give the depths of the nose, the face, the eye, the helmets, like all of it. It's because it is artificially constructed, macro terraformed. And the symmetry, the parallel, and look, okay, so there was a little landslide or erosion here. It looks like it caved in a little bit, or maybe it's for the depth, one or the other. But overall, every single hill, here's the second hill now, third hill, every single one, these symmetrical parallel terraces from top to bottom. And like, these hills are freaking steep. Okay, like don't think like I lost my sense of nerve. I'm not gonna lie, a little bit for a moment where I had to sit down because it was very steep and high up, and the wind was blowing pretty high, and I got a temporary little fear of heights there for a moment before I grounded myself and regained my composure. But point being, it's extremely steep, and ain't no freaking cattle rancher going to be taking his tractors up trying to plow these things or build these things. I guarantee you, his tractor would roll, he would have died, and they serve him no function. These are, if they were used for agriculture, they have not been used in centuries, if not millennia. But They are the foundation of this artificial construction and building that is the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians and geoglyph sites. And although a lot of these hills look similar, I assure you, you're looking at pictures of over 20 of the different hills that make up this macro giant site here. Like, from the tip of one to the other to each, like it's crazy how large it is, and that all of them, every single one, covered in these terraces that are macro terraformed artificial constructions. And I actually felt a crazy energy wave go over me and the site when I was on the top. That's also kind of, and I just got the shivers, tripped me out and like kind of made me lose my sense of like grounding and balance when I was up top here on one of them. The first time. And then you got these sinkholes. Are they sunk from underneath? Was there a cave-in? Is there underground subterranean passages and chambers? I believe and suspect so, and I think that's evidence of it a bit. Every single one. Terrace, macroformed terraces. All terraces all the way along. So here, this one is like that big feather coming out of the headdress. You can see it is all terraces as well. Everything. And it's the smoke. It's also fairly smoky this day. It was super, actually, wildfire smoke while I was doing this on this day, and I don't even think the drone would have been able to capture decent footage, to be honest. And either way, we're going back, but it's that's the smoke that's kind of distorting from seeing the full effect of the terrace features, zooming in there on that one, or on lots of these. Yeah, so just terraces all around, macro terraformed sites. Just it's non-stop. It is non-stop. Step pyramid style, terrace style constructions that make up all of these faces, all of the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. Every single one covered from foot to toe in terraces. I believe this is undeniable evidence of macro terraformed construction. This is not pareidolia. This is not pareidolia. It's a science called geoglyphology, and well, the ancients that built the megaliths and the monoliths and all that impressive stuff, they also built these. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of discovering and acknowledging what this macro site truly is. And as you can see, artificial construction all the way up, all the way down, every single hill in this area. Some rocks on the top of one of them. Like, this is so high up and steep. Like, it's very windy too. Very windy. But it was beautiful. It was epic. There was 2 hawks flying above me, calling to me nonstop for the first 20 or so minutes. You can see both of them there, just riding that wind wave. They're just suspended there, almost riding the wave. It was pretty epic. And here you go, more terraces. Terraces all around. Valleys full of terraces. No matter which way you look, symmetrical, parallel terraces. 2 hawks or eagles, terraces below. Terraces below, terraces above. Terraces every way you looked around. And there was a deer. And there went the deer. Deer. Hi, deer. And deer. And again, more terraces. More terraces looking almost pyramidal. Looking almost Peruvian or, Bolivian style. Aztec, Mayan, Olmec, oh my. Like, same sort of building style as the faces that they're representing? The fact that they're geoglyphs, just like the geoglyphs that make up the Nazca lines. I wonder. Same culture, same people? Yes, it was. No doubt about it. Did I risk my life? I think I did. Like, I was told no trespassing. They could have shot me. One of them seemed like he was shooting, and that's why I didn't go on his land. The main Badlands Guardian dude, there was like blast holes in the sign. I was like, okay, I'm not going on that one. This rock was very weird, very porous. It was like chalky. I've never seen anything like it. And this was also on top of one of these terraced hills. And like all the bubbles and stuff, it was so strange. It's not quartz. Like it was like chalky powdery. Shout out JJ Organics. Hello, sister. Hope you are well. Thank you for coming in, and thank you to all 60 of you beautiful souls joining me for this birthday stream right now. And so you can see like some moss and lichen growing on the bottom side, but it was this giant chalk rock all the way around it. Like this prime specimen for a Titan bone. Like, I kid you not, it was a bony material. Like it giant petrified bone potentially. I think so. I really do. Like I want to go back and take a sample of it. I didn't destroy it though. I really wanted to chip something off, but I didn't. I left it. I just took a bunch of pictures for us to analyze to begin with. And yeah, like Michael Tellinger shows in South Africa at the ancient rune circle sites and star calendar sites, these Titan rock pieces of petrified Titan that are displayed there. I suspect this is a similar sort of thing going on here. Terraces all along all of the hills. This is a different valley up there that I now crossed over, showing even more terraces. Terraces, every single hill. You've probably seen about 30 hills now, 30 different hill faces, every single one of them covered in terraces, all making up the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. And some looking awfully moundy and step pyramidy too. Either way, I think this is undeniable evidence, adding on to other undeniable evidence of geoglyphology. This is not pareidolia. This is a macro geoglyph site, macro terraformed. It was built. It was constructed. None of this is natural. Okay, so that is the section of the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. Thank you all for staying with us. The next part, we're going to look at writing on stone Cooley National or UNESCO site. If you'd like to support this work, everything does help. Everything is desperately needed because we're both broke. Me and the wife to go to a music festival for a week. It all helps to continue the work. Everything helps. Here's my birthday fireworks last night from the Calgary Stampede. So I claim. Trying to find the video. Why no video? I recorded a couple videos. The heck? Well, I don't know. All right. I need a bathroom break as we are almost 3 hours in. Hello, Urban Competition RT. Linz, Jace Ventura 2, JJ Organics, DN, Jim Dillinger, Adonius, not really here. Aussie Gold, Wild Alchemical Spirit, Tranquil Vortex, Elkman still here. What up, Elkman? My man, Ryan. Good to see you, brother. Do you want to join in if you're still up? Happily, I should have sent you the link to begin with. While we were with Shem. Sorry, my man. I was not thinking properly. I did forward it to a few people, but I was late by several hours, and it's pretty freaking late right now, so I understand why Shem had to go and why others have not been able to show, because it's so late. But hey, it's my birthday and I'm gonna do what I want to. Do what I want to. Do what I. Anyways, okay, let's play next time. All good, fair enough, right? It's 4:36 in the morning where you live. I understand why it's too late. But I did just send you the link if you want to hop on. I understand why you say no, though. Okay, trying to find me a little video to play in the meantime so I can go to the washroom and have a smoke break. Let's see what we got here. I know what I will play. I'm going to play as an intermediate a bit of the clip of me and Sarah looking over this site on Google Maps. That would be appropriate, the Medicine Hat Badlands. So for those that haven't seen it so far, this is some reference to this site here that we were just looking at. And come on, where is it? Okay, sharing, but oh, watching ourselves. Watch the full fireworks? Nah. We already showed that. Actually, here we go. Let's go with the video. Actually, no, let's do this one because you already seen the stone spheres. Shout out Wandering Wolf. Here's his walkthrough of one of the megalithic sites of Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park. This is the Saskatchewan Mystery Stones, but I know of 2 other megalithic sites in Cypress Hills as well. So me and Mike might actually go back here together in the future to a bunch of these sites. We will see. But I did not get to make it to this site on this last trip, but I will be there very soon. Ooh, thank you, Robin. I have saved and will check out. Okay, still have over 54 with us. Only lost 6 results. Oops. Guess I can't be listening to myself. Maybe it's that lets you uses AI to block out background noises. Let's see. Oh, seems like it's freezing. Oh dear, we're freezing. Oh, we're good. Oh, there we go. Selected. Reduce mic background noise using AI. So let me know if you can still hear me, if the sound's a little clearer now. I've just selected the option of Streamyard's new AI background noise cancellation feature. Let me know if there's a noticeable difference or any difference or what is going on. So yeah, this is the easternmost section of the Cypress Hills of intra-provincial park, but consisting this portion being in western Saskatchewan, and then the Elkwater Lake portion that me and my mom visited. There's a short video up on one of my channels, either crypto, I think it's on Crypto Alchemist, of me on the pier or wharf of the lake of Elkwater, the township. Such a very beautiful place, but yeah, Cypress Hills, absolutely huge. And this Saskatchewan Mystery Rocks, one of 3 different, look right there, he just walked over, that also looked like megalithic structure there too, potentially. But yeah, there's some megalithic stone sites throughout the Cypress Hills areas. Okay, and I was doing shout outs to everybody in the Crypto Alchemist live chat. Oh, and it's over. All right. Well, let's play Sage Wall as well. Do the walkthrough of. Oh, silly ads, right? Every time. As soon as you get YouTube, instantly you get their ads. But you play YouTube videos through Twitter, and that is shout out to Elon, opening up more free speech, spending millions or billions, I don't know how much it was, ridiculous amounts to buy Twitter to take it private. And in doing so, he stated before the acquisition that he was prepared to lose several $100 million of his billion-dollar investment into buying Twitter and then taking it private, and that it was a project that is losing money, and that it needed drastic overhaul, both to make it profitable, bring it back to profitability, as well as to try to reverse all of the extreme censorship issues that it had in place and system that had developed, and that he's done a pretty good job of reversing that and restoring it and actually making it a platform of open debate and intellectual speech and ideas, and that in such a polarized world and society that we currently live in, that is what's so crucial. And that is also why I have, from the very beginning 3 years ago, since first starting on YouTube, have always made everybody a moderator, always, in my channels, is because the same reason that everybody's voice and opinion deserves to be heard, and nobody deserves to be blocked and have their voice dissented. And that I, strive by that. Literally, let's actually, so we did the shout out to on the Crypto Alchemist live chat before that video. Now, Marcel Plodger, Noah Hyde 72, Melinda, Deanne again, my friend, John Burt. Again, thank you for your support donation. Indiana Joe, Margaret, Dolly Bellafor, Red Cap Goblin Brother, much love and respect, and thank you for all of the generous support you have given over the years as well, my friend. It all helps, and your direct contribution is literally what was able to went into me actually getting to the Medicine Hat Badlands and all of these different sites recently, and appreciated. Robin, Rebecca Broom, Youthful Emergence, Yellow Cake Maker, Machine Head 69, another brother, and check out Machine Head 69. Doing great exploration videos and showing like the mountains. I think it's the Rocky. You're in Montana, correct? I believe. And thank you for the support as well, Machine Head, over the years. And thank you to everybody who has supported, continues to support, who donate and make, appreciate this work, and it's continuing to new episodes and advancements and projects. IG Currency Rider, Aura Oram Vorax, First Sergeant Jack Fallen, and I think, yeah, you've already been made a mod since. Rick Broom, Orvmax, Red Cap, Shannon Bale, Marcel Plodger again, and Marcel, my brother from Holland, is it? Denmark, I believe, I think, and your generosity and support as well, brother. Thank you all. But why I was showing this is this community moderation. Okay, so you hit community moderation. It's right, this top chat. So first, this top chat thing, so stupid. It should always be live chat so you get everybody's. What? Oh, Holland. Okay, my brother. Shit. And by doing that, it, instead of giving all of the messages by selecting live chat. Oh, there we go. Robert Brower. There we go. Add as moderator. Boom. It deleted all of the messages prior. Oh well. Point being, community moderation and participants. So participants, why does it say there's only 2 people in there? It's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, community moderation, you hit that, share this tab instead, then you get community moderation, and it shows up settings, managing moderators, and then you get standard moderators where I get absolutely everybody, and then hidden users. Look, 0 hidden users on my BurnEye channel. Like, I literally, I've timed out people, but I refuse to block, and that's the way she goes. And one thing, like, it's disappointing with Paul. Like, Paul Cook, like, he does do good work. Like, in Malta, the stuff he's discovering, the stuff he's discovered in like England, all, like, I got respect for the guy. It's just, it breaks my heart the way things went, and like, just I hope he finds a new inspiration and idol other than Andrew Tate, like he said was his current role model hero. And like, but anyways, why I'm so disappointed is like he was supposed to unblock me on his channels on YouTube. Like, we were supposed to reconcile, try to heal the community. No, continued forever blocked. He was supposed to unblock, everybody that they had blocked to, give people second chance. Nope, it's an echo chamber. And then I can't even get a hold of him because, where I used to talk to him through Instagram, through WhatsApp, through Facebook, all of those, and whatever the other one was. Anyways, all of those accounts no longer operated by him. I'm not sure who the person is that took over them and manages his accounts now, but I can't get a hold of him directly, and they wouldn't tell me who they were, and it's like, and then apparently the only channel he still manages and is in charge of is his YouTube directly, and I'm still blocked on both of them. And it's like, well, I truthers should be open, and there should be no hidden users, and everybody's opinion and beliefs matter. And that's the way I've always operated, continue to operate. And what I see Elon Musk trying to do with Twitter and making it more operating. And one of the things he's done is created the ad blocker built into Twitter. So that is why I watch YouTube videos through Twitter, because it blocks the YouTube ads, so you don't have to deal with them in this live stream while we're trying to look at something. And this is Wandering Wolf channel. Shout out to Mike visiting Sage Wall in Montana, and that I am going to try to get there before maybe in October or late September this year, and hopefully Mike's planning on going back there too, and he's already been there. And shout out to Rusty. Shout out Rusty. We're going to have old Rusty on here when I'm back, maybe the last couple of days of July or very first week of August. Have Rusty. He actually lives just a few miles away from Sage Wall in Montana, and we're going to get him on site as well. But here we have Mike, Wandering Wolf, and interview with Mike at Wandering Wolf coming up first weeks of August as well. Their macro megalithic site, very
right,
close
guys,
to me.
We just got to the back of the trail here, and we made it here to the Sage Wall, and I just walked up here, so I've been here less than a minute, like 30 seconds, and I'm staring at this thing, and my initial impression is, I mean, come on, that's not nature. I mean, look, guys.
Polygonal, geopolymer.
If you can see the straightness of it.
Megalithic construction. There's just,
I'm blown away.
Undeniable. Like identical stuff in South America, Central America, but they try to claim it's naturally formed in North America.
It's a massive wall.
Bullshit.
I mean, I can't. There isn't anything about this that screams out nature did this to me. If this was man-made, if this wall and the other side over there,
I think it's unforgivable, really.
Perhaps that side was to be
divided the community even more, and it was like
up better, and there was some kind of channel here.
Look how this stone, it's obviously broken now and started to slide, but before it broke, you move it back, it's exactly in line with the rest of the wall.
You're right. And I have a feeling these in the center here were boulders that fell from here. Like, look where I'm standing.
It definitely, yeah. I mean, they could have definitely been that.
Have you noticed how every point where there's a break in the wall it's a V angle?
Yeah.
see if this is not the same stone, then it was fitted and slid in there.
It does look like the same
Look how
stone.
big.
You can see like this sort of granite patterning right here and here. And
Yeah.
same you see over here.
Fully agree.
But why is it so much
I fully
crustier
agree.
right here than it is right there?
So at several points up and down the wall, there are these breaks, right? And they're about the same exact height from the top rock to where it ends midway here. And each point, and it's kind of these V shapes. And we'll walk you down here to the next point right here. It's another little break. So our working theory right now, and this is us being out here for like 30 minutes maybe, is we're seeing a lot of the similar stuff right across here. So you've got the wall here and then here, and we're kind of in this little channel. This perhaps might have used to have been a wall as well, and this was some kind of channel or runoff, and these V points funneled different things like water. It was like runoff and would come out here and come down this channel. Really right now we're just trying to get footage and gather evidence about this, because this is what's in question here. This is the number one reason why I came out here to Montana. This is the number one reason why I came out to this site. And this is the absolute number one feature that I wanted to come to see while I was out here. And as soon as I walked up on this point, I knew we were looking at something amazing, and we've just been climbing all over this now. It's really hard to look at the surrounding area and see the way the boulders and different stuff are scattered all over the place, and then walk up on this and think that this is not have some kind of design and planning put into it. This is a straight wall, but I came out here with a very, kind of questioning mind about what I was going to find. But as soon as I walked up and saw this, looking at it in person, I'm like, yeah, too similar to so many places that I've seen around the world. So we're walking up right now what looks like another channel. If you follow this wall down, it just continues down there. I was just there. And if you look across there, evidence of another wall that's much more collapsed. All the boulders have fallen in. So there's just these walls and channels and different things all along this mountainside. You can tell here that they were fitted together at some point. I mean, look at this. Look at that.
The size of this, and this site is very close to Giant's Playground, which check the episodes I've done on it, and maybe we'll go over it just a wee bit before we're all said and done here today, maybe as the Brucey bonus. Either way, it just Montana is right across the U.S. border from where I am in Alberta, and this is so close to where I was exploring and writing on stone, Milk River, Alberta, right by the U.S.-Montana border, and that I have to go explore this before the season is done. So all donations will be, put towards making this trip as well happen, not to mention the trip number 2 to.
So right now I'm walking around the backside of Sage Wall. There is another little kind of ravine and channel area, and we're finding a lot of other stuff, like what looks like a little nub here, and those are found all over the world. And this whole area right here is kind of channeled with these smooth rocks as well. We're seeing all kinds of stuff that are hallmarks of ancient stoneworking and construction. I'm not an expert, so I'm not going to tell you something definitive. I will tell you my opinion. My opinion is there are tons of indicators that this area was man-made. And I will also say my opinion is that there should be more research done out here by people who have the expertise and the open mind to consider that my buddy Ross is walking all over the place finding little tidbits. So I'm going to get over here and see what he's calling me over about right now. Bro.
Those nubs?
Yeah. So walking up right on the trail, another what looks like nub. I mean, just right off the trail.
He's pointing out and noticing a lot of identical features that I've seen around Alberta, as well as that are all at the macro-megalithic giant playground, also in Montana, very close to Sage Wall.
This up a long ways, and they basically come to a V point up at the top.
Okay.
So, like, if
But
you were
this
say,
is what nature looks like.
yeah. But like, look how much area you have in between there and the wall. How flat it is. You could easily set up some sort of small campsite or village, or I don't know how people lived back then. But if you wanted to hunt these mountains in the summer, this would be a great spot to do it. Especially if you have the snow melt coming down these channels.
Or maybe they lived further downstream and they just wanted a bigger channel to run off everything into a specific point.
Yeah.
Everywhere else that we've looked, everything looks really natural. But I see what you're saying about this space in here. But this is another channel type. Yeah, this is another type of a kind of straight wall thing, but it looks much more natural. I was saying earlier, if you find one thing like this, that's something. But when you find just like a group of stuff,
Those same holes that were
it's a
also
little bit,
at
piques your interest a little bit more.
Rock Coulee.
Just all these depressions in the stone here is very curious. And it's very similar to a lot of stones that you see around the world at ancient sites where they have these large granite blocks, and then they put these depressions in it, and people would like make food. They'd like break up food. They use it as a grinder or a spot for like even washing
mortar and
clothes
pestle
stuff. Yeah, like a mortar and pestle. And people just line up at different spots to do that. That's what it makes me think of. But again, another one of the reasons why I really feel like this site is really deserving of some further exploration and some archaeological work out here. Okay, this is what I found the other day, and it looks just like certain things in Egypt, right? So let me show you this. It's kind of hard to tell, but this square cutout with the channel and a circle, but then it breaks off here. When I put the main video out, and I can do a side-by-side comparison and show you what I'm talking about with stuff from Egypt. But you can see the channel right here comes from the square cutout area into a circle area where it's broken off.
I don't even know what this is. See them all over the thing. I don't know if those are the same as you were pointing out earlier. This one looks very.
Giant nub right there. right here, that's really odd. I've got kind of small hands, 7.5 for those wondering. That was my glove size. So that looks like a 9 or 10 size hand, if that is a handprint like I think it is. There's a lot of those little things all over. Can't really get to that one. You can kind of see it there. It's not round like the other nubs I've seen, so who knows if that's what he's looking for. Another one sticking over right here. So I'm almost there. Now, I will stop real quick and mention that the other side was clearly a wall too. And now I'm going to show you. There's the wall. And you can see how it's another channel. And all of this was a wall too. You can just line it all up and everything just fits together. Here's some other depressions that we found. Right? Now, here's the wall. So I'm going to come up here and get close so you guys can get a really good look at this. Look at this guy. And this is on this massive boulder. I'll back up so you guys can get a better angle of it. Amazing, right? Some of these areas just looking like concrete. And then you get over here to other spots and it's not the same composition. The stone is not the same. Look, this part is broken off. It's like all of them. Hey, check this out. Is this what you were talking about? Where it still hasn't been weathered away? Or is that just like dirt?
I mean, doesn't it look like concrete dust?
Yeah, it really does.
All right, guys, so as we've been exploring more, I think what we've got here is our working theory right now is that, you know, we're not exactly sure what the structure was built for, but it clearly looks like some kind of ravine for channeling maybe water or some kind of pathway or stairway that we can't see and make out, but one of those, right? And then when you come up here, we come up to the very top of the highest point that's right above the actual wall. What we started noticing more and more is this, the type of rock that it is, right? And it looks very much like geopolymer, which would basically be like concrete, layered over and layered over, because what we keep encountering are these breakaway pieces like this that are breaking away and breaking off. And then when you come in here and you get into the seams of it, what you've got is you can tell that this piece, you know, maybe it was made individually, but then you get down here and it's connected in these grooves and bases. And so there's these grooves
everywhere. These joints where you can tell that this is how they were at one time connected. And then down here, you've just got this flaking away of what looks like concrete and dust. And that's all in between all the joints, except the higher up points where they're breaking completely off and breaking away. But even then, what you have is fine dust. And I think what we're standing on, I'm, up to this point, I've been saying possible ancient site, because I don't want to jump to any conclusions, anything. But after walking around here, I think there's plenty of evidence to say that I think we're standing on an ancient site. I think we're standing on some kind of ancient site, and it is just extremely weathered down. Now, if it was geopolymer, some advanced form of concrete and layering and stuff, that would make sense. That at this site would be much more weathered down than places that were made out of one solid piece of stone, like granite or things like that, where you find at different places in the world. So that is kind of the short working theory right now. So what we're looking at right here, we're standing on another wall. You see down here, all these stones are all collapsed. You can tell by the way that they've fallen, some of them split in half, that they used to be a part of this that we're standing on. Now, what we're standing on right here is an exact alignment with the continued wall that we just walked through all the way down. There are multiple walls out here, and we have one that's still intact for us to reference and go off of. And there's, I mean, that is like the Rosetta Stone out here, that one wall, because it has collapsed portions where you can see things have pushed the wall out. You can clearly see it. And then you have breaks and points where rocks have fallen out, and you can just see the structure of it. And then not only that, it continues on a straight line, and you're able to follow these lines all the way up further into the mountain, where the walls continue to go along those lines. And from there, you're able to track, like right here, where all these boulders have just fallen from where I'm standing in alignment all the way up the mountain. Just continues. This is so incredible. Yeah. And we're continuing to find more and more evidence. This is what we keep seeing everywhere, is these whole other sections of walls, right? And then if you just sit here and you look and you pay attention enough, you can see how all the boulders that are just laying haphazardly, how they've collapsed and fallen from those walls. Whole another section right there. And you can see the rocks and how they've fallen down, the angles at which they've fallen, and how they used to be on top of everything. Whoa. It's going to be really hard for you guys to tell because there is just so much debris stacked on it. But there is clear as day another wall just as defined as the main sage wall right here. It goes straight down, and from here I can see the wall, the other section of the wall right here. It is a straight wall. Oh man, this video is going to be so good when I edit together all of this footage. We are literally walking around an ancient site. So I was just back up there, and here's a perfect example of the wall. Now you can see this, we're at the wall right now, but you can see like this massive stone right here. You can tell how everything has fallen and collapsed in, right? And that this massive boulder used to be up on top. One of the things that I've been looking for while I've been out here that it would just be kind of like a nail in the coffin is fitted seams, right? Everything is so weathered down out here. There are just spaces and things have been kind of, trees have grown up through stuff and displaced things or rolled boulders and pushed them. I really wanted to get something where it shows multiple lines fitted together. Look at this, right? Now, this line goes down and there's another seam right over here. This is just incredible. I mean, look at this. But this is one of the main things that I've been looking for. And this is all right on this wall right here. Now that we've had more time to analyze the site and go over details, what we've got here are multiple channels with multiple rock walls. You know, the evidence is clear. It is a rock wall. It was man-made with channels, and there's not one, but there are at least 4. I am standing on the top of where one is down here. There's another one down here. I can look off across this way. There's one over there. And then there's one right back here. I'll have fun with anybody who wants to argue with me about this. That'll be a fun conversation. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed this video because I sure enjoyed filming it. Now, this is at Sage Mountain Center, the Sage Wall is. You have to book an appointment, and you can do that at sagemountain.org. So you got to book your time slot before you come out here, right? And in the details, I'm going to have all kinds of different descriptions and different information for you to go over before you decide to come out here. And if you decide to do that, you're not going to regret it. This place is absolutely amazing. I also want to take a quick second to give a huge shout out and thank you to Chris for his hospitality and letting us explore the site. We've had an amazing time, and I'm so happy to be able to share this with other people. Thank you, Chris. And I couldn't recommend coming out here enough. If you guys get the chance, make sure to reach out to sagemountain.org to book your time and get on out here and enjoy this amazing, amazing place. All right, guys, stay tuned for the next video. We're going to be continuing to drop stuff from all over the world, and I really appreciate your support. Stay safe. Have a great week.
All right. So shout out to Mike at Wandering Wolf and all the excellent work he's doing and upcoming interview that we have together first week or second week of August here. He's done an excellent job of covering both all of the megalithic sites in North America, as well as even going over to Europe, world traveling, where he does epic work. And I look forward to connecting further with Mike and, yeah, talking with him here in an upcoming episode. Currently, we are outside in the Alchemy Lab, aka my former Shambhala vending tent. And that is why Shambhala is so important to me in my life. I don't know what the heck is going on, why the video is still playing with sound in the background, but I will fix that momentarily. What is playing? I thought his video was over. Let us see. And this is the very last live stream that I will be doing ever off of my old phone. I guess it's either still playing the Sage Wall video or replaying it or something. But yeah, Wandering Wolf Mike coming up beginning of August, connecting with him, doing a live with everybody. So with him and connecting into our community, all the work and him and his team are doing. All right, back to the alchemy and the Shambhala vending, and that my birthday started with the trip being canceled as my employer was held up at the border getting rejected, only to then go back this evening to be approved. But his other employee was still rejected, so they made him drive back and drop off his buddy in Colorado and then come back. He's at some lake or dam or something. Anyways, a whole another half day of driving. He has since contacted me during this live saying that he's back at the border. They told him to come back into the morning when the officers that or border agents that approved him this morning are on, and hopefully he'll be getting through. And me and Amber will be off to Shambhala both of us are 12th times at Shambhala. It's been major part of our lives, especially my life, defining the vending, the silk screening, the clothing, everything I do. All of this is from that, minus the alchemy, which it's now been reclaimed as ever since the lockdowns and my silk screening equipment all being in storage, because there was no vending and no shows, and the whole industry was put on hold. And that is what all of this is. So going back to Shambhala is a major part, especially it being the 12th year that I'll be attending there, and also Amber's 12th, both working there, like, over a decade each. And that it's the first place I ever vended my clothing at. And it's a very large festival, about 30,000 people that, it turns into a small city in the beautiful ranch mountain of the Solomon Kootenay Mountains in British Columbia. It's actually where I don't know if you can hear the coyotes screaming in the background at my place right now, but the AI background filter might be taking it out. But I have coyotes howling in the background right now. Anyways, back to Shambhala and its importance of the Salamo Valley. There, it's the Slocan Valley, as well as the ancestral homeland of the Doukhobor people, these Russian settlers that is my entire dad's side of the family. I am a Doukhobor myself. It's where my dad was born in Grand Forks, which is just one city over from along the Kootenays there, along the Slocan Valley area. And I have a lot of extended family in that area, and my mom's side of the family is from Fort Steele, East Kootenays as well, which is just 2 cities east of Slocan Valley, from Cranbrook, Fort Steele, and then you have Preston, and then you have Nelson, which is the Solomon Slocan Valley. At which point, then you have Castlegar, and then Grand Forks continued on in that area. So it's that entire land is where all of my family is from, and on both sides. So I have cousins, second cousins, aunts, uncles, second aunts, second uncles, grandparents, great grandparents, great great grandparents, all buried in cemeteries out there. But the aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins, all still alive, obviously, and doing well. It's it's my other home, my ancestral home. And in Shambhala, the first sign is welcome home when you get there. And to have had it rejected all the way to then have it reapproved, and the fiasco of last year where I was given a permanent ban apparently from Shambhala, but was banned that year, told that if I showed up I would be removed by security due to a 52,000 person Facebook petition to have me banned from Shambhala due to a ridiculous post that I had made, because I was maxed out at 5,000 friends on my Facebook account. So I said, snowflakes of any color, please remove yourself from my friends list to make room for real people, with rainbow in the back. At which point I was accused of being a homophobic insults. I was getting death threats, for fuck's sakes. And 52,000 people decided to sign a petition that got me blocked from Shambhala, which was ridiculous. But now, apparently, I'm going back, and me and Amber are headed there tomorrow And that is what this vending tent and these clothing and all of this stuff is from. And that, before I used to just print clothes and then travel from music festival to music festival throughout the spring, summer, and early fall across the Western Canada, making clothing for the festivals, doing like their staff shirts, their merchandise, trading it, giving them good deals in exchange for free vending spots, then selling my own clothing, or paying for my own booths at Shambhala, which is very expensive, but I did very well there, and did great sales for many years. And it's great to be going back, and it's also great to not be packing up myself and having to do all the ridiculous amount of work that running your own company and printing all the shirts and everything is. This year, just going to help another friend, clothing manufacturer, artist, vendor, run his booth and connect with all of my good friends that I've built relationships with over a decade there of talented, world-class musicians, producers, and we will be recording many interviews that will be coming out and used in the Science of Sound series coming forward, and it's gonna be one amazing time. And this is the alchemy experiment. As always, we have my saltwater hydrogen battery reactors going. It's currently replugged in. It was getting overflown because of all of the rain lately, leaking through the canvas earlier when I was here, but it wasn't plugged in for the last week as I was out of town. So all the reactions had pretty much ended. All the monatomics, it was clear water and everything. I messed up. I should have started the stream when I first plugged it back in and shown it all settled and everything. But anyways, experiment's going again. Has to do, I don't know if you can see all the hydrogen coming up, and that the amount of salt in this water is very low to none, just because of the amount of water that has dripped through and saturated now. Yet the reactions are still going, and it's still just like a 5-volt or less old Samsung phone charger that I cut the end off of. Red is your anode, black is your cathode, positive, negative. Anode decays, and so this guy right here is the anode with the aluminum, copper, and zinc wrapped around in it and shooting down in, but that's what this material is. Copper, we have tungsten rod in there, zinc connecting these guys, more copper, aluminum, iron, and then it also connects down to these ones. The iron, I guess, starting to go a bit in the copper, but the anode's pretty corroded down, and I got to put more work into these, using harder metals on the anode side so that they last longer, while looks like fungus, but no, it's just metals. It's just metals. I believe, but who knows, actually? Who knows? Especially the ones that I put some of my saliva or blood into, or plant matter, stuff like that, for tests on the amino acid production. Then you could be introducing life to it. And they are outside in the open, so spores might come in, but in isolated accounts I get with distilled water, salt, and in the sealed jars, same sort of things. Formations pouring off of the anode side. So, thus I wrote the fungus in the specific ones, and like the different layers that form of these different monoatomics. This is why I desperately need to get the mass spectrometer. Sadly, the original one we were going to purchase and had gotten donations for got sold on eBay, and it was just $300. And then everything we've looked at since is like $2,000. So I've not been able to, and need to, try to raise more money or find one to get donated or something. But it will take this science, this alchemy, electrolysis, electrochemistry, science of metamaterials and hydrogen fuel production to the next level of practical application, use, verification, and development into real technology and potential. I believe this stuff is quantum material, quantum matter, especially the monoatomics, the plasmid clusters, the easy water exclusion zones, all of that. Yeah, it's liquid metals, but it's in a cold state. It is literally cold fusion. We might as well have Mike Wandering Wolf's video there playing on the side, showing the Sage Wall site while we're also looking at the alchemy. So the Keshi Cup of Life, this is one, and you have just a double or AAA battery, and you have two wires that come off of the negative black and one off of the positive anode. Oops, ripped it apart. How I usually do it, so I tape the fork on so that it can hold the battery. The two connections off the negative, one goes to a copper solenoid coil going down, and the other goes to what usually was a silver coin that I'd have with the second one in here, and silver and and then the second negative was going to a sheet of zinc that was on here. So it was zinc, copper, and silver. Silver being the anode, and just a little AA battery or AAA battery. That is how you can make some great colloidal and monoatomic silver zinc copper mixture, and it's the Keshi GAN method. Keshi Foundation calls it the Cup of Life. It's monoatomics. It's how you make that. And it's the Keshi Cup of Life GAN thing, but I think it's also like the elixir of life, for the magic fountain of youth style water technology of making these monoatomics and the colloidal waters. So let us get back inside. So this is one of my designs, the Burncron Mandela. We also have the Burncron B, Mandela B, the bear, of course. The flower girl, or the flower girl's design. Burncron B. All sorts of designs. And hopefully I will be able, another reason getting a part-time job when we get back, to start saving up to be able to rent a place to get my silk screening operation up and going again, and organizing all of my clothing, my merchandise, and finally putting my clothes for sale again and printing again. And here are the different monoatomics for the agricultural alchemy series and experiments of real science Adeptelkhemist 101, agricultural alchemy, continuing and ongoing right now, as well as some electroculture experiments I have set up in the yard too. But you can see the different colors: the purple gold, the purple silver, brown, the green, the blue, the white, all the different, the pink, silver, gold, copper, zinc mixtures, some pure gold, some pure silver, some mixtures gold and silver, some mixtures gold, zinc, silver, copper. All being used. Oh, the plant. And some getting the gold, noticeably bigger than the others getting wind. And then the gold. And all the vending stuff, getting ready to pack up and get going. My God. I have to drive 8 or 10 hours tomorrow to the mountain, but it's all good. We'll get there. We'll get it done. Right now, documenting some of the Alchemist stuff in my recent trip because it's my birthday. And real science. When we get back, I'm also going to start experimenting, putting monoatomics into microwaves. I'll be doing it safely in controlled environments. We'll be figuring that out in probably September, October. But according to Dan Winters and Seem Harriman and others, when you take these different pure monoatomic elements as the powders and combine them, put them into the microwaves, run the microwaves, you get nuclear cold fusion transmutation, and they turn from the monoatomic powder back into solid metals, but they don't form an alloy of like the copper and zinc. Instead, the atoms fuse and combine the nuclear masses, and then what you get out of that is the new elements that are heavier, combining them together or something like that. It's real crazy fusion, and it's quite sketchy. There might be radioactive isotopes created as well. Thus, it's why I've known about this for over 10 years since first starting with this stuff, yet never run these experiments because it has to be done safely. Don't need to kill myself with radiation poisoning. Trying to prove that cold fusion is real because it is real and it has to be treated respectfully. And once again, shout out to Bob Greenier and the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. Another key part of the Real Science series, we'll be having Bob Greenier back on in August. We'll be doing a couple more APECs in August. I will be presenting in the next APEC in August as well. And we are going to finally do the part 3 or 4, whatever we're at now, the final segment of this birthday BurnEye's stream. I'm going to go inside and we will go over the best spot, the hoodoos of Writing Stone, UNESCO, and Provincial Park, and the petroglyphs. And oh my, let's go. So, I will bid you adieu from the outside vending tent alchemy lab, and see you on the inside.
is, I see what's playing after it did the 25-minute edited Sage Wall walk. This is his 46-minute live stream of him actually hiking the Sage Wall site, I suspect. Okay. We are about to change it. I'm going to just let this play for a couple more minutes while I finally run to the bathroom and grab another water and refill my ice water / monoatomic colloidal waters and be back in 5, I guess. But instead of this, actually, let's play Giant's Playground. Also in Montana, right close to Sage Wall, and it is also a macro megalithic site. And I am determined to make it down to Montana this year to check out both Sage Wall there, but even more so this Giant's Playground site, as it is beyond special, beyond amazing, and apparently Graham Hancock, apparently here's Sam Osmanovich already at the Montana Megalith Giants Playground with Julie Ryder there, the discoverer and essential caretaker of the site, and a whole bunch of alternative history names and researchers are aiming to go down there again this September. And Mike from Wandering Wolf also wants to head back there in September, from what I've been talking with him, and maybe it will work out that we're all there at once. Wouldn't that be something? So here is Julie Ryder's Montana Megalith, Gates of the Mountain, and let's share the link with all of you awesome beings and beautiful souls joining me on my still birthday stream / it's my birthday, I do what I want, and I'm always late, so it's the 18th, but the sun hasn't risen yet. So here we go. In the live chat right now, Julie Ryder's Montana Megalith. Make sure you go give her a like and subscribe on YouTube as well, as she's got her YouTube channel up with this excellent stuff. Let me know if the sound's working and this stuff. Phoenix 138, yes, exactly. And just joining now, it's been a roller coaster of a day with the Shambhala going, not going, going, not going. Now it seems like we're back to going, plus Amber's able to go with me with an extra ticket available, and that the employer, my friend Hyphy, Tom, Hyphy Clothing and Arts, is supposed to be approved through the border at 8 a.m. in the morning, and then we'll be taken off around noon, headed out to Shambhala. But yeah, it's a home. It's a second home. It's the home away from home. It's my also my family's heartland area, and the place I've been. It'll be my 12th year at Shambhala this year. So now that it's back on, I'm a lot happier, and the universe is working out how it is supposed to. I love you all. Thank you for joining. Here's Julie Ryder's Montana Megalith. I need to go there. All your help and donations will hopefully get me there.
Time for the gates of the mountains to open. Come with me on this journey to explore these vast ancient remnants of previous epochs of worldwide civilizations. As we float along the Missouri River, it feels as if we are traveling through an ancient art installation. There's always something new to be discovered around every bend of the river. As the gate opens, we can look upriver and view the Dragon Temple at the gates.
I am Julie Ryder, the discoverer of the Montana megaliths. We are here at the gates of the mountains on the Missouri River. The Montana megaliths flow down into the tributaries and to the Missouri River, whose water flows all the way into the Atlantic Ocean. I have discovered extremely ancient megalithic cities all around you. It has been verified by satellite deep geoscans that there are pyramids, dolmens, huge cyclopean walls. 85% of it is still under the earth, underground. What we find are the markers. And then satellite deep geoscans can go 3.7 miles underground, layer the images, tell us what the artifacts are made out of. Many of the structures that you'll be seeing in these series of videos have deep, deep chambers underneath. In taking the Gates of the Mountain boat tour over and over, we have discovered flash fossilized beings. There's dinosaurs, dragons, a Sumerian king, which you will see down the river.
Sumer, king at the gates, is positioned on a central precipice, high in the center of a smooth wall that forms a parabolic resonant amphitheater. The Sumer king at the gates is very similar to this Assyrian ruler's relief fresco in ancient Iraq. We have found several stone statues of Sumerian, Mesopotamian, and Assyrian images. Features of the Montana megaliths morph, then appear and disappear, depending on the time of day, the cloud cover, seasons of the year, and the angle from which it is viewed. So who were these ancient monument makers? It is clear to me that many of these extremely ancient sites are memorials, messages sent across the ages, rendered in the cosmic script of expressionless art. The meaning of the Montana megaliths will be debated for centuries to come. Experts tend to complicate matters. Therefore, over the last 11 years, I have been presenting photographs and commentary, revealing my first impressions. Then comes the correlations to similar features at other known sites in the ancient world. Andrew Barker stated, "Bingo, Montana megalith structures are incredible, vast, ancient, ever surprising, informative, and real." Now, we only have a fraction of the macro picture, but that is enough to understand the site's importance. The archaeologists will need many decades to formulate the micro picture. We must expect with the site of this scale that could last into the next century. Steep limestone walls on both sides of the Missouri River are covered with three-dimensional beings. There are many faces, some of which appear to be human. A human-type skull is suspended high up on a precipice enclosed in a rock dome. As we pass by, a sky window appears through which constellations show at various times of the year. The head of a rhino extends from the side wall of the Temple of Isis. His circular eye is open, again forming a sky window through which star constellations align. The horn is composed of square and rectangular blocks. Mountain Man is a huge titan. An image of the left side of the male face appears in the left wide eye of the Mountain Man Titan. It appears that two white eyes are staring at you as you approach the Gates of the Mountains pictograph site. I have photographed several pictographs created by the more recent indigenous peoples that inhabited Montana, the majority of which were painted with ochre, which is a combination of red iron minerals, urine, animal fat, and plant extracts. Often the glazes were heated with a torch, much like placing raw clay ceramics in a kiln to set the glaze. Here at the Gates of the Mountains are profiles of ancient faces in the rock under the paint, indicating that the faces were here first. An ancient male face with a white overglazed features, a feathered headdress, much like the traditional Native American eagle headdresses worn in ceremonies today. His left eye and eyelashes are visible. You can count his teeth. On the left side of his chin, there is a dark red animal with a human face caricature. The cross over his head may be an indication of the four directions marker. My favorite activity in grade school was finding the images that were hidden in pictures. Finding the three-dimensional human, aquatic, avian, animal, serpentine, draconian hybrids in the Montana megaliths is one of my favorite adult activities. There are a multitude of ancient beings in the rock cliffs. Pause the video and see how many you can find. It is great fun. We have played this game for years on Facebook. I find it highly compelling that since my website has been translated into over 72 languages, there are comments on my Facebook from many cultures. People from around the world identify the images on the rocks here in Montana that originated in their own culture. We are beginning the process of classifying the taxonomy of these ancient biological beings. Many of the images at the gates of the mountains are familiar to me, as they have the same features and characteristics that we have discovered in other complexes throughout the Montana megaliths. The field of astroarchaeology is growing exponentially. We are learning that ancient sites around the world align with star constellations and with the solar and lunar cycles. A large swan faces upriver toward the dragon temple at the gates. The star constellation of Cygnus is represented by the swan. There are several proof points for determining ancient intentional construction of cyclopean walls versus rock formations that naturally occur. A series of 90-degree angle cut and stacked square and rectangular blocks with vertical seams that line up is a major proof point that this formation was constructed. Long, straight horizontal seams is also an indication of possible intentional construction. Often these walls have smooth surfaces. The gates of the mountain is limestone, which deteriorates much quicker than granite. However, some of the walls are very smooth. Dragon Temple appears to be an extremely ancient, intentionally constructed temple, featuring the head of a dragon in the center. The serpentine body of the dragon flows down into the river. Formed into angular pillars that support rectangular blocks, the body of the dragon becomes a semicircular wall. There are several images of faces on the northwest upper row of blocks. On the side of Dragon Temple is a large cube formed from stacked square blocks. At the lower corner of the cube, an extremely large male figure sits on a throne facing downriver. This throned figure appears very similar to the colossi of Memnon at the Theban necropolis on the Upper Nile in Egypt. As viewed from Google Earth, the Dragon Temple at the gates appears to be a pyramid, which is similar to the Gunung Padang pyramid in Java, Indonesia. The architectural design of both temple pyramids features a similar square center, with terraced descending platforms. On one side there is a sharp decline, and on the opposite side there are extended descending layers. Eastward of the gates of the mountains, the horned dragon geosculpture is only visible from Google Earth. Threshold complex, where there are several flash fossilized dragons, follows the outline of the horned dragon's jaw. Threshold complex can be seen from the ground level. After several summers of frequently floating up and down this section of the Missouri River, my friend Robin offered a private boat ride. Here is Robin with family and friends at the Coulter campground at the base of the Temple of Isis. Another photo shows a view of us with the cliff walls that are across the river from the temple. The Temple of Isis was constructed in a classical design like several ancient temples with a rectangular base and a triangular roof line. The Temple of Isis in Egypt has a similar square base. The Temple of Concordia in Greece also has a rectangular shape with a triangular roof. On one side of the Temple of Isis, here at the gates of the mountains, there's a concave wall that reminds me of the spread wings of Isis, the Egyptian goddess. On the same level around the 90
Pausing it here, as there's some pretty awesome stuff by Julie Ryder. And first off, because everything she's showing here, these macro terraformed macro megalithic structures and mountains, you know, I have identified and experienced the identical same stuff here in Alberta Rockies, just north of where she is in the Montana Rockies and Kootenays. We're in the exact same ranges, and shout out Justin Slick, thank you, or Justin Fletcher, happy birthday there, Slick. That was a little dyslexic of me there. But point being also that she called this place, she named it Isis Temple. And if you look at it here, here, it's looking pretty similar to Isis Temple in the Grand Canyon. It's almost identical, and that she did that all on her own intuitively, and this looks like a face up here almost too, but looks pretty similar to Isis Temple in the Grand
with
Canyon.
a rectangular base and a triangular roof line. The Temple of Isis in Egypt has a similar square base. The Temple of Concordia in Greece also has a rectangular shape with a triangular roof. On one side of the Temple of Isis, here at the gates of the mountains, there's a concave wall that reminds me of the spread wings of Isis, the Egyptian goddess. On the same level around the 90-degree corner on the northwest wall are square blocks on top of support pillars that are the cornerstones of the wall that faces the river. These stone blocks are carved with ancient faces. Facing the river, the large head of the rhino is supported by a flat platform. There is a second terrace above, which is on the side of the triangular prism portion of the roof, which we will be exploring this next summer. There is so much more to come as we present videos of the over 100 sites and the 46 dolmens that we have discovered in the Montana megaliths in the United States of America.
The rider of Montana megaliths. One more time, I will share this video. Make sure to go subscribe to her channel on YouTube, Montana megaliths. I have yet to be there. I do need to go here. I also have family that lives in Montana from my mom's side, the Hunts. I'm part of the original British Hunt settler family, the famous Hunts of New York, apparently. Quite fascinating. And my family ranch in Fort Steele on my mom's side, the Bowers, a Bower German settler family as well. Apparently, the Rothschilds came from the Bowers. And that, so right there, I guess I'm from two very imperialistic bloodline families on my mom's side. Also, my grandfather on my mom's side, I never met Green, Grandpa Green. He left my grandma Green Clara and my mom Janice and her three sisters, Darcy, Kelly, and Sherry, when my mom was 8 years old, and disappeared and never made contact again. And my mom always told me that she would know when her father had died because he would come to her in her dreams. And my mom has always participated in some medium circles, spiritual groups, and energy healing, and is an energy healer as well. And when I was younger, I always just thought she was crazy and out of her mind and loony and whatnot, and you know, was just believing the narrative and not trusting my own mother's experiences. But sure enough, the energy healing, well, that I'll talk about another day, but when you actually experience it over and over again and then see your own pet dogs experience benefits and change their interactions with the person. Anyways, it's fascinating, real stuff. My mom is a wizard, and sure enough, man, 10, 20 years ago now, I'm not sure how long it was. Sure enough, my mom, it was around Christmas one year, and was like, "Yeah, my dad is dead. He died." I know. And then her and one of her, maybe it was all of her sisters or one of her sisters, Sherry. I know Sherry was involved as well. Maybe Darcy, Kelly, all four. Regardless, applied to the Canadian government to because my grandfather Green was a I guess former military or served in the military at some point or something, and since he was certificate of death, or now that he had passed, they could finally release his life records to the deceased family members applying. And sure enough, my mom found out that he did die exactly then, and that he had lived, up until his 70s or 80s or something, and where he left my mom and my grandma and my mom's side of the family in Cranbrook, Fort Steele. He actually moved to Red Deer, Alberta, which is just north of where I am in Calgary, Alberta. And he had a whole new family, married another woman, and then had 3 new daughters, naming them Darcy, Kelly, and Sherry. So I now have 2 sets of aunts, each named Darcy, Sherry, and Kelly. Isn't that Jerry Springered the F up? Like, that is just another day in the world of BurnEye. And the Crypto Alchemist made it to the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. We explored it there, and we determined it. I think this is pretty undeniable evidence that it is all macro terraformed, human constructed terraces, constructed all of these earthenworks, every single hill and then these sunken areas maybe fallen in subterranean parts that have sunken, but you see these symmetrical line terraces going up absolutely every face of every hill that are that make up these giant faces that are called the Guardians of the Badlands of Medicine Hat, that are also these giant geoglyph sites, and that you are currently looking at the hills that make up this guy right here, and the giant dragon feather headdress, as well as the elongated old man face on the opposite side of the road, the Aztec Mayan guy, and the elongated skull guy and that was about 20 different hills and faces that compose these structures, and each one of them all having these symmetrical parallel terraces. Every single hillside, hill face, it's absolutely everywhere. It's non-stop terraced construction that is the Medicine Hat Badland Guardian Hills, and macro mega structures. There's just no denying it. Just every foot or meter, half meter, depending on the hill and the gradient, you have these remaining terraces, like from top to bottom of every side of every hill, that make up the faces that are called the Medicine Hat Badland Geoglyph Guardians. You have these symmetrical, non-stop, repeating, built, constructed, terraced macro structures, macro buildings. Like they are step pyramidal in structure, in their architecture, in their build, in their actual construct. These are all step pyramids, essentially built human constructs or past civilization constructions that make up these giant macro geoglyph faces that you can only see from high up in the sky. That this entire valleyway that starts with what looks like, the long-nosed birdman of Easter Island, Christmas Island there, and the Moai of Hawaii and New Zealand and the Micronesia areas, the island from one area to another. And that, sure enough, that is essentially Hawaii here. You got that site, and I bet you there's another geoglyph location, because Arthur Ferrum, Professor Ferrum's found, I think, 5 or 6 of these radial geoglyph sites in the area of these Badlands. And sadly, I wasn't able to find the direct lines or access these specific 5 sites of geoglyph radials that Arthur Ferrum has identified in his decades upon decades of research and deciphering this ancient lost science and high technology of all sacred buildings, pyramids, and ancient sites, and engineering and world mapping that can only be seen from above, and was built and left by these past grand civilizations that we are tried to be told don't exist, when in fact their remains are hidden everywhere in front of us. And so here again, you see just non-stop these remains of terraces, these parallel symmetrical stepped constructions of what makes up these sites. And so now that I've had time to actually process it, looking it over again and replaying the experience in my mind, sometimes at night, like, I've been an amateur astronomer my whole life, like, always look up. I've experienced several, like, at this point, I've probably had 100 anomalous UAP, UFO sightings, like, and just experiences of seeing things that should not have been there that are there over my lifetime and whatnot, of always looking up and star watching, sky gazing. But several of times, and I noticed the phenomenon is a lot more prevalent or active of times of aurora borealis almost, but I get these energy waves of like through like this. I see it go through this like atmosphere, stratosphere, sky, or whatever the heck. But I swear to God, when I was on top of this hill here, this giant step pyramid construction, I had one come from throughout the sky and down into it. And it was like, and it was like right where these 2 eagles or hawks were soaring in the wind and cawing down, or making their hawk noise. I can't calling down. I can't even try to imitate how beautiful their calls were to me, but it like went like right through them and then down in, and like I would just like was taken back and had to like brace myself and like sit down and lay down and like relax and like was like I'm not tumbling down this any of these cliff faces covered in cactuses and or getting shot or starting a fire or it really whatever. Anyways, it was majestic, but like I actually experienced this ray coming in and out of it. Believe me if you want. That is what happened, and I will stick to it to the day that I die, just like I have experienced what I think was like a petrodactyl, pterodactyl, whatever the frickin' things were, or maybe a thunderbird, I don't know. 3:30 in the morning, drumheller, staying at my friend's place outside for a smoke, clear sky, full moon. Thing was giant. It was swooping over the whole valley city like it was hunting. It was probably hunting for cats, dogs, something to eat, but like it was giant. I happened to have one of my lasers on me. I just always carry them with me, especially when going out to these places, because when magical shit happens and you experience paranormal, you want to be able to get as much of it as you can. And I've transferred everything over from my old Samsung 9 over to my Galaxy 20 Plus or whatever the heck it is, but it's a exponential upgrade of 11, I guess, of how much better stuff is. And I've already started filming some videos and a whole bunch of pictures from these trips also on that phone. But switching the SIM cards over tonight, as soon as this stream is done here, and will be forever forward on the upgraded phone, starting with Shambhala. And well, I guess it started with this, but live streaming from Shambhala from the Galaxy 20. It's going to be absolutely beyond epic. And this was taken with the Sony camera. And like, just look at these everywhere. You have just non-stop terraces. Every single face of every single hillside that makes up the faces of the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. Like, if this is an absolute evidence of engineered man-made construction or civilized intelligent design construction, I don't know what is. This is parallel to what you see in Central America. This is parallel to what you see in all of South America. This is the same as what is Michael Tellinger has demonstrated thousands of times older, that makes up all of South Africa and other parts of Africa. It's what is all of Asia that Shem was demonstrating and that we were talking about at the beginning of this stream. Oh my God, I gotta stop freaking doxing the guys. Please do not harass him. Please respect this area. I am going to be going back here. I'm in contact with them. We're going to do it right, and we're going to do this scientifically. And I'm going the wrong way. So that's back into Medicine Hat. Now let's finally go on to Writing on Stone, UNESCO World Heritage Site that... Wow, it was amazing, Badland. It blew my mind. And we're going back in September again, I promise. But I need to get a job, or we need to get a lot more donations and funding, because it's just, there's nothing. So look at this, like every single picture here. Oh, do we got a little video? Oh no, we've got one of the, is it an eagle or a hawk? Can't see because of the smoke. Hawk. Maybe eagle. They were calling away. They were talking to me. It was a magical experience. And like this energy wave, you can almost see like these little wave view. Do you guys see waves, or am I crazy? The sort of energy that Sam Osmanovich has captured above the Bosnian pyramids. I don't know. But anyways, here we have both of them, and it was something else. And terrace after terrace after terrace. How many times do I have to say the word terrace? It is not terrorist, it is terrorist. Do not be a terrorist. Fight the inner jihad, no matter what your belief, what your struggle, what your faith. Fix it in yourself. Don't destroy the world. We need to fix and unite and build and work on making our reality as magical as the past civilizations and humanity and history and world truly were and still are. And I walked through it. There was one vehicle track at the center of this, and it was clear as heck, and it was very, very evident that they did not drive these drive there on the regular, like, traverse that land very often. Okay, what the heck? Why is there no writing on stone park pictures? Something is wrong. There was a stampede and no videos. Something's missing. Unos momentos, por favor, while we explore how to find the folder with the missing pictures and videos. Let's go. So what is everybody's opinion? Do you agree with me? Is that a ball, like smack it out of the ballpark sort of deal for evidence of manufactured construction and actual man-made real things, or am I just hallucinating a massive case of pareidolia? Oh my goodness, that's right. The camera was dead. That's why there's no pictures from writing on stone on here. Okay, we need to get onto, that's why I'm on the wrong computer. We need this one, and that's why we have several clones of drones and homunculus, BurnEye's homunculus, all going at once. So when one fails, you go to the next, and we're multifunctioning. We're currently live on 3 Twitter channels, 3 Facebook channels, 2 Rumble channels, 2 OdySee, 2 YouTube, and 2 Twitch. 12, me, myself, I, and my homunculi, and all of you viewers watching right now, we are going live on 12 different accounts across 5 different platforms. So there's probably actually a couple hundred watching if I added it all up. Sadly, Streamyard doesn't get the numbers from OdySee, from Rumbles, from Twitters, well, I do believe they get Twitch and from Facebook and YouTube, but I don't trust it. I don't think they all do come through. Right, this PC, and we go desktop C. No, we had it under pictures. There we go. Oh my God. There's more of the Badlands. There's more of the coulees. There's more in between. There's another 6 hours worth of pictures coming up, but I don't have time to that because I have to go to the Medicine Hat. See, I'm getting myself confused because we're already 4 hours, 41 minutes, and 41 seconds in. That was a full one sort of run we've been so far here. And thank you everybody for celebrating my 38th birthday with me and supporting this work, making this possible. Your generosities keeps this going and keeps it advancing. The Real Science, Year of the Coil, the Science of Sound, it's all coming many in the multifolds. One episode a week in August and September. I'm going to try to manage, but I also have to get a part-time employment so that I can start saving up money as I am, I need to come up with probably $10,000 to get my life back on track. But shout out to Paranoid American. Thomas, we're going to be doing our next Real Science episode 41 the first Friday I am back from Shambhala. And what should we share in the meantime? I forget. Oh, here we go. This was what I was going for. The Ferram Foundation's geoglyphology report and study on the Medicine Hat Badland Guardian site. And I highly recommend everybody check it out. Posted the link in the live chat right now. And yes, that Arthur Ferram, the original discoverer of the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians, and this amazing report of it changed my life forever. And the science of geoglyphs, the lost science technology of geoglyphology, it blew my mind. And I don't have time to go in it today, but you can go into my past videos and live streams where I have covered this topic in depth several times, as well as this is published in 2020. I guess it's updated now. Still 3 years since updated. Anyways, since the early 2000s, but my own work, we are looking at the as promised. Boom. And do you see the face right here? I see a face that's been covered up. They put like this fake concrete shit to cover up all of, is this a cover up? Is this the fake facade that they have covered up the actual block brick advanced work? Because, I've got some major discoveries that I found in this area that I'm going to take my time because they're going to be controversial and I don't want to get myself in trouble that I found in them. So that will come at a later time, and we will be going back here very soon. And I think this drippy stuff you see here is either a modern day cover up and fake facade cement, or it could be ancient geopolymer. But I think that they've definitely sanitized the area and covered up the best parts of of it, and that I only covered maybe 1% of the overall park and area hoodoo sites, and I didn't get to see any of the major, most famous, and absolutely epic world change, or almost like history rewriting, why it is a UNESCO site. The petroglyphs, the different ancient to semi-modern native artwork, inhabitation, and civilization of this site is just absolutely astounding. And it is the most epic, beautiful, crazy, out of place, surreal spot I have visited in my life so far. It literally goes on for tens, if not 20s, 30 miles of these crazy, like some of them are 5-6 story tall hoodoo, Badland, fairy chimney formations, and that they actually, see what I'm saying? Like, it actually looks like they're megalithic block, and that it's all megalithic block, and that they've tried to cover up and put some sort of fake facade of cement here to make it look, that's why it looks melty or drippy, is they're trying to hide that this could be blockwork no different than the Giza pyramid itself, you know, like that it looks like it, there's massive buildings and structures of you know, this is like Cappadocia in Turkey. You know, there's underground 5-story cities under each of these same sort of structures in Turkey. Why isn't it the same here? And that it seems to be the same in the Grand Canyon and admitted throughout the US now, finally. And is there a cover up of some of how advanced and what this place really is, and that it's not natural? Is that another face right there? And have they once again covered up this facade on it? Like, it's very, very sus. Very, very suspect indeed. And it looks super intelligent designed. And oh, here. And then stop. The vandalism is horrible, but I think what they need to do is set certain areas, because it's so absolutely huge. They should set areas where everybody can carve their name, all visitors can carve their name, and just have it keep going, but don't have it touch anywhere that the current ancient petroglyphs are, and preserve the ancient ones and let everybody put their new ones. I think that would be you know, a pretty cool, decent idea and compromise, because we're going to see ancient peoples writing there, and there's literally probably hundreds, if not thousands of square, no, not thousands, but I'd say 100 square kilometers or 100 square miles of these hoodoos on both, like, it's on both sides of the Milk River, and it goes on and on and on. It's like a mini Grand Canyon sort of thing. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. All of these Badlands, I swear, are plasma catastrophe or nuclear catastrophe ancient sites. Like, it looks like there's caves throughout all of them, like the upper areas too, on the opposite banks of the Milk River. And you know, why can't everybody have an organized, structured, respectful area to leave their tiny little mark in? But at the same time, I don't agree with vandalism and the idiots that ruin the ancient stuff and try to trash it or put their own name over top of it and destroy it. Absolutely horrible. But These are all like inhabited, carved out, whether it's in China or whether it's in Yemen or whether it's in Turkey's Cappadocia, or Greek Malta, anywhere. All of these, actually, maybe not in Malta. I don't think they have this style. Maybe they do, actually. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get Maltese Night of Malta. Oh man, pardon me, brother, if you do watch this. My other brother living in Malta, YouTuber, content creator, Knights of Malta? No, that's the evil organization. That's the channel. It'll come back to me. Supposed to be doing an episode soon. Get him to check it out. So here's me and the dog. This is like one or two of the little areas I took T2 with. The majority of the exploration I did in here, I had to leave him up top with Grandma, aka my mom, because worried for his safety. This area is actually filled with rattlesnakes, and I did get a picture of a giant, or not giant because it's tiny in the overall size of different snakes, but for a bull snake, it was a extremely large specimen of a bull snake cross our path right when we were leaving. So it was, I knew, I'm like, this is snake territory. I always catch garter snakes, bull snakes, as a kid on the ranch in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan on the farm. Anyways, knew I was going to see snakes. Very worried about rattlesnakes. They're actually known. This is known rattlesnake territory, and your precaution to be extra diligent of protecting yourself from rattlesnakes in this area. And it was a massive fine if you let your dog off leash because of the rattlesnakes being one. But as I walk around here, you can see everything looks like blocks, whether polygonal or just Giza style, a little bit of both, and that maybe it's a little bit meltolithic, maybe it's geopolymer. Regardless, these are pre-cataclysm original buildings. But look at that. That's not natural. That's constructed, and it's recognized as constructed ruins. Oh my goodness. And I need to pause this because I did capture one spot where we got a couple of petroglyphs. These are original ancient 10,000, I think, or maybe 6,000, but those are legit ancient petroglyphs. And right next to them was also this one right here. Why won't I get a pause? Stupid thing. Come on, video. Oh my god. There we go. There it is. Look at that, hey? That's a pretty dope petroglyph, but it also looks like they've covered up some other petroglyphs that got buffed out below it. Now, that's the thing, is do people instinctually just carve their names into new spots? Because it does seem like everywhere I saw, I didn't actually see anyone writing over old petroglyphs like this. These petroglyphs are actually like in a very heavily trafficked area right in the open, and I was surprised that they weren't cordoned off, because everything else is roped off, and like even where people were carving, they're trying to block off. And to see the famous petroglyphs, all the major petroglyph sites, now you have to book special tours, but they take you up a riverboat, and the site it's just huge. The park itself is several kilometers long or miles long, up of these several stories of hoodoos and stuff all throughout. and whatnot, but each of the main petroglyphs are only accessible by guided tours and whatnot now. So we'll be doing that in September when we go down there. We're going to camp for a couple of days and do a proper full investigation and tour of it all. But this one, I think maybe it's not well known about, but it was in a decently, front trafficked area. It was just up hidden a little bit. But it does also seem and look like they've scrubbed something below it. But nobody, if you look at this, there's not a single new age person, modern person, visitor, tourist that has tried to carve their own initials on this piece, on this petroglyph. But it does look like someone intentionally smudged something out. So is it just that it's been covered up and is a facade? We see, oh, actually you can see that there's like an arrow thing. Is that visible? There's like a cross almost. You can't really see it. I don't know if it's showing through on Streamyard, but on my computer it is. I'll upload this video in high def into my YouTube shorts so that everybody can get a good look. But it looks like there's an cover-up facade and then a fake petroglyph drawn on, and that they use like a plaster or something to cover whatever original symbols were there, and then like a chalk to draw some fake new one on it. Quite suspicious. Quite suspicious. And right next to it on the next block over, you have a couple more petroglyphs and what looks like what could have been plastered and covered over too. Oh, maybe one fucking asshole might have tried carving their initials in. What a prick. But look at the blocks. How is this not megalithic? Like, this looks like some polygonal stuff, and then it looks like they've tried to cover it up in certain places with facades. And like, so here's the thing. Here's another thing that needs to be brought up from a let's face reality of the facts here. They're claiming that these petroglyph drawing paintings are up to tens of thousands of years old, yet they're also claiming that erosion, natural erosion, this sandstone is so weak that it just weathers away, and all of this was naturally formed through erosion. But somehow over 10,000 years since this freaking petroglyph was drawn, zero erosion happened to this megalithic polygonal, probably geopolygrammic rock structure. Like, are you kidding me? Like, how has no erosion naturally eroded away these 1,000-year-old petroglyphs that supposedly erode away to form these freaking meltolithic buildings? Right? Like, come on, look at that. Like, okay, so erosion somehow magically eroded and created all of this, yet the erosion ceased to affect any of these thousands or tens of thousands of year old artworks and carvings. Like, just think about that cognitive dissonance in what the official narrative is, because that right there, I think, is some, use your thinking cap. All right, that's not a tinfoil cap. Just put on your thinking cap, take off the dunce cap, and let's look at this with new eyes and what actually adds up, because this stuff looks like it's artificially constructed. It's recognized as being inhabited for tens and settled for tens of at least 10,000 years. And as they keep finally accepting and pushing the date of North America inhabitation back and back further, this is one of the sites that they're saying it's at least, since 10,000 years. I'm guessing below it, what they call these layers, what are layers? I forget the official term. Not agricultural layers, whatever anyways, this sediment, the mud flood, whatever the fuck buried it, catastrophism, the real way that stuff happens. If you dig them out, you'll probably find pre-cataclysm giants or the original inhabitants or builders or people that constructed this stuff. And we do need LiDAR going over this. And the first sign I saw was keep your dogs on leash or giant fine and be safe and aware, or you will get bitten by rattlesnakes, was the first sign. The second sign, giant sign, no drones. For round 2, the second trip, I will finally get something figured out to get the drone operational and will be droning. But regardless, this one, no drones allowed regardless, but we're going to do days of exploration. And that's why now, why they've changed the software, why the old software doesn't work anymore, I guarantee it is because of the new regulations where they've literally programmed drones to not be able to go to these locations that the government has banned. Yeah, no drones. What the, right? You'd think they'd want to show this stuff off. It's not even a national park. It's ridiculous. You'd think you'd want the drones so you'd lessen the damage of people walking and it just backwards land. Hey, I guess no drones is just one more way that this site parallels and is identical to the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex sites. And that this is, it's in the software now. And that's why the original software I downloaded for my drone won't work, and that they're trying to make me pay for some new software, and that I guarantee that new software is going to make it so that my drone won't even work in this area, even if I probably got permission or snuck it in or something. It's ridiculous. So here's the second video now. Oh, just a very short. Some of these things were 40, 50 feet high. Oh, boom. Here we go. That's a nice picture of the petroglyph. Here you can now see what I was talking about. It looks like they've cemented and covered up the original petroglyph that was here, and then they've drawn over this weak-ass freaking symbol of there's probably a giant buried here or entrance down there that we have covered up, look at that. Nature did this, but on the other side of the world, it's human construction. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. How do I get to the next picture? Oh, there we go. Nothing to see at all. Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Turkey, China, Vietnam, the whole world, anywhere where you see these and people still live. And we found that there's caves and that they're ancient, and there's, giant several story cities and caves underneath them as well. And that they are all former ruins and castles, fortresses, and civilizations, and that we admit that the art, the original petroglyphs are, up to 10,000 years old here, but no, there's just no way. This is made by nature. It's not man constructed. And nature made all of this. Oh, we got all the swallows, and see, here's another thing. All the swallows, they try to claim that swallows made all of these holes and nest in them. But in fact, I observed and took pictures that oh, here's a little bunny, a little cute bunny that was by the side of the river. Giant cave there. But look at this. No, the swallows actually build their nests. They're on the outside of the rock. They don't actually burrow in, and they don't dig, and they don't go into the holes. They don't make the holes. They actually build nests outside of the rock. And so once again, we have a fail of the narrative of how all of these different holes that, that can't fit a bird, that can't fit a bird, that can't fit birds. Maybe a couple of them can. But do you see the birds building their nests in these holes? No. And like, they're definitely not making those holes. Those are not bird holes. Sorry, people. The narrative liars that the birds, they make their own. Oops, that looks like megalithic construction, I thought. But I thought I had more pictures of these. I think it'll come. But yeah, the birds, no, they build it. They build their own. They don't dig them or carve them out of pure stone. No, they make them out of mud and silt and plant matter, and build their homes on the outside. And once again, meltolithic, possible geopolymer, possible plasma nuclear catastrophe, but this looks intelligently built and designed. And like, that looks like Malta. That looks like a star fort construction, geopolymer style. It's the Badlands. They were all. It's bad because they used to be. Oh, I'm on mute. That's okay. Because it's all a lie. I desperately need to try to raise myself another $100. So far, $200 has been donated tonight, and it is greatly appreciated. And we are 2/3 of the way making it through, or to the fundraising goal of 300 to be able to cover all expenses going to Shambhala tomorrow. And shout out, thank you so much also to Jennifer Will, Chris Kelton, and Christopher Devantier. Chris, CJDV, brother. Shout, my man. Oh, thank you for your support and donations in through PayPal, and absolutely everything helps. Currently we got a total of almost $100 in the PayPal. Hopefully I can get that up to 150 or 200 by the time I have to leave tomorrow, as that would be a very helpful cushion of being able to buy a couple of vending meals while we're out there each day working as well, and get that extra meal in and not have to prepare it ourselves, as it's camping out there for 8-10 days. Much love, my New Zealand brother, and the everyone that has donated. Brittany L, thank you so much for the 100 American super chat through YouTube, as well as Jackie Gleason, the $10 super sticker, and John Burt, the $5 super sticker. And that adding up to 115 American, and sadly though YouTube takes 30% and the American government takes another 30%, but I should be getting it paid. I think they pay me on the 21st, which will be right while I'm out at the festival, which is lucky, and it all helps. And thank you everybody supporting this work and helping making this work continue. And my main goal at Shambhala is to get a whole bunch of recordings with world-class music producers and artists that are world famous, epic friends of mine, but very talented, and bringing them into this science of sound, because they have been watching these podcasts and now we'll actually get badass musicians making music in the 432 versus the 440, trying to start including some of these solfeggio frequencies in 369 hertz, the 542 hertz, I believe, or we're gonna have to pull that up and look at it. It's getting late. We're 5 hours in and it is 5 a.m. My God, what an epic birthday podcast this has been, and an epic, unbelievable July, exploring and documenting an initial couple of trips through all of southern Alberta's Badlands and these ancient sites and what they really are, and finding the evidence of a much, much older, grander, giant and titan worlds that were of the ages before us. One love. Shout out Brian Evans, my Welsh brother. Good to see you, my friend. This is another short you're currently watching of me going through writing on stone, UNESCO World Heritage Badlands petroglyph site, and it looks like a city you'd find in Turkey or Asia or anywhere in the Orient that's still inhabited, that's acknowledged. And another good thing, like even if you're able, like Lord Logan Rothschild's my brother, another supporter, and thank you everything you've done, continue supports, and recommend the YouTube memberships. When I edit videos, I'm making a lot of them available as soon as I'm done editing them for members instantly, and then they get premiered a week or two later on the YouTube channel, so you get early access, as well as I do a couple bonus just for members stuff. It's a good way to monthly support and help the work that I'm doing here as well. And everything helps. It's bless all of you beautiful souls, your generosity, your support, and just liking and sharing and subscribing, but not just on one YouTube channel, on both YouTube channels, but also on the Rumbles, on the Twitches, on the Twitters, on the Facebooks, on Instagram, on TikTok, OdySee, all of them, and that I have multiple accounts on each one, and that I don't expect everybody to be watching in every single one or like every single video in every single account, but just being able to subscribe to each one and going to get the numbers up to the minimums to monetize helps a lot. Thank you all.
You crazy mother. Yeah.
It's just Bernie. Hey, Bernie, just like last week, huh?
Weekend at Bernie's.
resonant frequency of the Earth is 432 hertz, and all music was written and played in 432, but it was changed in World War II by Himmler, I believe. It was behind it, and they changed it all to 440. So it's not in tune.
That's
with,
right. Yes.
With us and with nature and the Earth and all that. It's out of tune now.
And so the picture I have up right now is one of Walter Russell's, and it's showing the octave scale and how the octave scale goes through chemistry creation, through geometry, through sound, through light, and through color.
But I mean, it's always been one of those things I've never really focused on whenever I tried learning piano, like the black keys, why are they there? When you play them, they just seem like they just make you feel a certain way instantaneously. It's like a lot of things. It just that kind of connection, that kind of vibe, or whatever it projects, that you get it immediately in that speed.
With the black keys, it sounds like it's the ether more. It's a background subconscious sound or frequency. Like to do with dreams and the other realms, which is interesting because when you listen to music today, especially like the pop music. It's got a very heavy backbeat, right? We put you in a certain state where you're accepting with the backbeat, and then they sing all their lyrics into your mind, which is how they program you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ooh, so that's like if you're resonating with the right harmony, you're getting like up in consciousness or in dreamland. If you're resonating with the dark hole, you're getting sucked back down to like the upside down. No, thank you, Stranger Things.
If I'm doing certain sounds. Sometimes, like if I'm doing like breathing sounds or sounds with my throat, it depends. Like, but some of those frequencies do calm me down, and a lot of those frequencies can be used to trigger people to feel, anxiety as well. And I think that happens a lot, and it's open to conspiracy and to interpretation on how people use those frequencies to really put people at a state of vulnerability. Because music's very powerful in that kind of way that can. Shape even the most strongest of minds.
Yeah, it's subliminal, and also, it's the way I see it too is it's been used all throughout history. If you even goes back to the biblical times, when they crumbled the walls of Jericho, they used a certain tone and frequency as trumpets. a weapon, right? And we're doing it again today. We're coming up with ultrasonic weapons.
Vibrations is important. It's what makes people feel a certain way. It's what makes people, it could be used as a, they have specific things that can alter your mood based upon frequency. So, I mean, it's good to understand different aspects of sound, the very thing that everybody seems to be comfortable with when they hear something called music.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You don't be out of tune.
Think about that. Sound.
All right, so that, of course, awesome, amazing, ominous part of the science of sound, and that's what we're focusing on for the next week at Shambhala, and magic is going to happen, the science of sound, and we will have Ominous back for the next real full episode of Science of Sound, episode 7, you know what, we're going to do it that same, July 29th or 30th, the Saturday, as soon as I'm back, because, well, there's going to be a shitload of content and interviews and developments with it. It's all epic. I love you all. Every little bit helps, and thank you everybody that has supported this work so far and that continues to do so. I am still live right now to give you one last Brucey bonus of this is Head Smashed In Buffalo Jump, and I've got, oh my gosh, there's still thousands of pictures. I've still got 1,000+ pictures of the 7 different potential megalithic sites that I've visited and done boots on the ground of and explored and have all sorts of pictures of, that we're going to go more in depth to and go over once I am back from Shambhala. But this is just a little teaser of what they call head smashed in buffalo jump. And once again, we've got what looks, wow, like right here, super suspicious. The interpretive center, visitor center, built like a pyramid, but also built underground into the hill. Like, okay, why did they do that? Why would they build it into the actual freaking mountain cliffside underground? Or is it, were they occupying and covering the facade up of an already existing entrance to an underground chamber system that that they've walled off? There's probably special access, or behind wall doors that goes into an entire complex. And that's what the sort of scale of cover up I truly believe is going on, and that there is more and more evidence coming out, and that the pyramids are a lot bigger and grander than they ever want us to believe or see, but it's all hidden in plain sight and right in front of our eyes. I see step pyramids everywhere. I see megaliths everywhere. I see ruins of past grand macro civilizations all over the lands. And if you love this work and want me to be able to afford to get back to these places and explore them more, please do donate just a few dollars if you can, and give me that birthday tip. Everything helps. I'm done shilling and begging for cash. You all are awesome. And I'm a broke ass too. We're going through tough times. So if you're not in the financial environment to be able to afford at the moment, I completely understand that too. Just being here, just viewing, just liking, just sharing this, promoting, and making sure to subscribe to all the different channels which are in the description links. Everything helps, because I need these numbers to go up to be able to monetize on the Facebooks. Like, I'm getting tens of thousands of views on my shorts on YouTube's on YouTube. I'm only getting hundreds of views on my shorts, yet on Facebook I'm getting thousands, and on Instagram thousands, on TikTok thousands of views per short, and I make about 5 shorts per hour of footage. I might get 20 or 30 shorts out of this over the next month or two, and it's gonna get hundreds of thousands, if not a million views across all the different platforms and ways that it gets out there. The thing is, I need to get the numbers up of subscribers on each one of these platforms to monetize, so everything helps. Thank you all for being here. Real Science, Adept Alchemy, Anti-Gravity, Walter Bosley. We'll also go into Walter Russell. All sorts of craziness. Good things coming up. Science of Sound next. And Real Science episode 41 with Paranoid America and Jeremiah Pop. Hopefully Zertis and Gerald P, WPG Enlightened for Truth, Mike Faraday Research, Charlie C, Tim Ventura, APEC, Jeremy Reese with Alien Scientist APEC. It's all coming, many more episodes in August. We'll see you then. But hopefully you'll see me streaming from Shambhala, and it will be at the very least recorded in my new Samsung Galaxy 20, and I need to get my ass to bed finally for a couple of hours. On that note, good night, good day, bless you all. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support, your generosity, and all that you do in being in this community. One love. Shout out to Streamyard. Everybody go check that out. Click on Streamyard. Comment and go to Celebrate. It's excellent. Thanks for videos, but do not make this. Just go and watch that great content. So all the same stuff. Much love. Wait. Hold the horses. I forgot. It's a little alchemy bonus. I wanted to show this. What I'm going to demonstrate here is a phenomenon I've discovered that when you have silver and copper combination, just leaving silver in the water and then the copper coil energizing, it will create this layer of crystallization. First, the red copper becomes super activated. Second, the water itself becomes very murky with this monoatomic silver copper white compound. And then you get this diatomic oxidized crystal layer that seals the top the complete top of the water off below every single time, whether it's exposed to oxygen or whether it's in a sealed jar. And I've got one jar that has had this phenomenon ongoing while sealed, and like a sealed lid on it, but then it reseals itself over and over again, building this crystalline layer over the last 8 years that I've had it. And I've moved it probably 10 times, each time's disturbing it breaking, and then it regrowing this same layer no matter what. But this is a different coil that I just did this reaction in just a couple days ago, and demonstrating it all to you right now. Before we call it quits, we have it right here. We have, you see, the very pink red metastate copper, but you see these blue, frick, will it focus? Layers, these shells of blue here. That's the crystal layers that were sealing at the water line this water, and here is the actual water itself, and you can see what's remaining floating, and it's almost like a glass that it creates and reseals. And below it, everything is in this red metamaterial state that Sir Isaac Newton calls the pink crystalline state of transmutated metals. And yeah, I wanted to replicate the experiment. There's a couple of silver ounces. I guess you can't really see it because it's so murky. But oh, there you can kind of see the outlines of them. So a couple ounces of pure silver in there, the water line right here, and that it made that crystalline layer. And then nothing evaporates out of it either after it makes this, seals this crystal layer there. It's quite the fascinating thing. But just wanting to document that effect and get it shown on record, on video here while I had it. And now that I've reproduced the effect, and that we're going to leave this the way it is, and when I come back from Shambhala, I won't disturb it, but we'll look at it again, and I guarantee it will have grown and resealed a thick layer, just like is in the other old jar that I've shown off many times before. But yeah, enough of that. Enough of me mumbling on. There's your Brucey Adept Alchemy 101 cold fusion metastate material, real science. Brucey bonus. Back to the outro. Love you.